This guy picture with him in his fucking setup. What if he got superheroes in the background? What the fuck is the superhero in the packaging still? What child keeps a fucking superhero in the packaging still? Like, only someone in the package and never yeah, fuck, okay, you wanted to play with it? Where are you getting it? Open it up already. What the fuck is the point of having a toy if you can't play with it? No, I don't want to open it now. Shut up, you fucking little dick. Open the fucking toy already, goddammit. Fuck you. It's got a bunch of toys, didn't open them. What the fucking kid are you? Piece of shit. Even fucking kids like you growing up. Open the fucking package already. Selfish fucking shit. Shit, Cyrus. Full of shit.
Tell me why he ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why he ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator. Hello? Hello?
Kitover, we're sorry, go ahead.
Okay, this is chapter 11 from the Confessions of Jacob Boehme. God has set light and darkness before everyone. Thou mayest embrace which thou wilt. Thou dost not thereby move God in his being.
Come on, John. Wait, can you sing with the karaoke? Do you want to pick a song? I'll cue it up for you. Come on up and sing for us. Do you want to come up and sing for us? Yeah, you gotta sing, John. Bro, we're doing karaoke. What are you doing? We're doing karaoke. What the fuck are you talking about? Chicago. I just want to fucking read it nowhere. Chicago. This is not Barth's room. That shit only happens in his fucking room. This is Narcis's room. What the fuck is wrong with you? Chicago Sinatra. I give this guy 20 seconds, and now he wants 20 seconds in every fucking room.
Chicago, Chicago, that's island town, Chicago, Chicago. Are you going to do it with music or without music?
It's up to you.
I can sing it without music.
Let's do it.
It's the only song I have memorized. One, two, three, four. Chicago, Chicago, that island town. Chicago, Chicago, I will show you around. I love it. Bet your bottom dollar you lose the blues in Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. On Great Street, that Great Street life. I saw a man and he danced with his wife in Chicago, Chicago, my hometown. Yeah!
Wonderful. John, I had a question about your baldness. When you started going bald, and you're bald, I know that it goes gradually. So did you notice at the very early onset of your baldness? You're still combing over, bro. If my bro, you combing over. What the fuck is going on with the comb over? Shut up, Poppy. You gotta explain the comb over. What are you combing over, bro? What is the point of saving the strands? You need to make this make sense, because even the guy from what's the guy from Back to the Future? That motherfucker's hair was all over the place, but at least it was wiry. It was still there. What was the guy's name again? Fucking scientist. Biff. Biff still had. Like, just let it go. Yeah, big shot. Look, it's weird. I understand you want to hold on to whatever you got left. But at a certain point, you're like, you know, the ratings are
Daniel, that's Darren LaHood, my opponent that I'm defeating in Illinois 16. You think I got vaccinated? Well, white people look alike. Look at your fucking photo. I thought that was me at first, smoking a bowl. I was like, oh, Daniel's roasting me. This is great. Then I saw the photo, with some other white guy. But Daniel, I was saying the most.
When was the last time that you were able to have a full orgasm?
Oh, just last night.
What happened?
What do you mean? Before I went to bed, I jerked it and passed out. No, I got a Urosi vibrator. I have like a dick is like a big clitoris, so you just vibrate your dick and then.
No, but do you use like one of those like sleeves that you put over your dick?
No, I just grab a piece of paper towel and I spooge in a piece of paper towel.
You're fucking cheap.
Half a piece of paper towel? Oh, they were both shalom. It's affordable. It's like 12 cents a juice.
But you're not using rainwater. So
rainwater? What is this, a mikvah? Do you want to do a mikvah building class? You talk about the rainwater in the mikvah?
You're not really a Jew.
water. I know how to build a mikvah. I took a mikvah course with the Chazan. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
You know the reason why the Jews don't accept the New Testament?
Why?
Because there's not a gospel about menstruation. Yeah, that's why.
Well, the Virgin Mary never even had a... Did the Virgin Mary ever have a menstruation?
3,000 pages of midrash on it. Like, yeah, and then when Mary menstruated, and the color of it's described, and there's a clot in it. Like, what's the kid in their obsession with menstruation?
Yeah. What about the sheet? Did you hear the sheet?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
The fucking sheet is amazing. Could you imagine a sheet? You know my mother, she's like, listen, I know you don't want to be Jewish. I have no one to pass this sheet. The sheet has been passed from generation to generation.
That's a family heirloom.
Cup stains all over this thing.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to do with this thing?
This is like a family quilt of shame and dishonor? Oy vey. Put it on a flagpole.
Also, I want to wrap my
That's what all the menstruating ladies. Just let it be. I mean, just menstruate. There's nothing wrong with it. And I find myself in times of trouble. Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. 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 Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be. And when the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. But though they may be parted, there is still a chance they will see. There will be an answer. Let it be. Let it after and let it be. Let it be. Oh yeah, let it be. There will be an answer. And or there will be a letter. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Taking a picture. Why does it say we don't practice law? Because we don't practice the law. Oh. There's many laws out there. There's not just Torah law. There's many laws. Oh, okay. Okay. So we let menstruation here flow like the rivers. That was our John Kitover for Congress, the write-in ballot. Let's get him in the office so we can sort of be in his bonnet or a hug in his ear, so to say.
We both so long.
Let's all this pheromones, like pheromones. You know what pheromones are? You know? Pheromones? I do. Yeah. So when my wife is on the rag, she lets this, and I can't. I don't know what it is, but I get fucking horny. I get fucking horny. I don't know what it is.
It's the menstruum.
No wedding Saturday. No wedding Saturday within the month of June. Of these 3 words that I will say to you.
I just called
you
on the rag to say I love you. I just called
to say how much I do. Yes, I do. I just called to say I love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
of
you gonna sing for us? Can we get something nasty and raunchy?
I'm gonna sing Wonderful tonight.
Can you make it raunchy?
Want to?
No, raunchy.
Want to?
No, raunchy.
Want to?
Kitover Band. Without further ado, I give you the John Kitover Band.
Oh my God, I'm starting to hack. You're gonna find this out. No, like it's one to one. Go ahead.
I'm gonna sing this for John because he's our special guest. Hey,
Special. He puts the special on you. Please remember, the universe is a witness.
Fine.
Oh my God, I forgot.
It's beautiful.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
This is the one. Wait, is the universe John?
It's the raunchy.
Oh, welcome, John.
Just one strong down.
I don't know why you guys pick on John so much. He's a nice guy.
Been here for months. Then he brushes his long blonde hair. And then he asks
At least he's trying to do something. He's running for office. You should respect him for that, if nothing else.
I love John.
He's clean.
That's disgusting, man. But okay. Alright, I say John. 30 seconds.
Call me John. I mean, yeah, totally. Piece of cake.
Remember, it's peace be upon this market, emphasis on peace.
Right. Peace of market be upon you.
And 30 was never allowed to be himself. So this is for you, called The Story of an Artist. That's it, let me get it. Of an artist. Here we go.
He's running for office.
Yes. And it's not fraudulent. 30 seconds, Mohammed. Nurse Holder?
Call me John. I mean, Dr. John, glad you could join us. Just an open mind. Why don't you run the projector and put a inclusive language slide?
It's dedicated to you, Dr.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion 101, Dr. John. Since I came back to school, I've seen how campus can thrive when everyone feels included. I'm running for the student senate to keep that momentum moving.
That's why we use and the profiles are his. Like, what are we doing here? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Megatron?
We're going live.
Since I came back to school, I've seen how
And I'll tell you a story. About an artist growing old. Some would try for fame and glory.
diversity, equity,
Others aren't so bold. Everyone in friends and family saying, hey, 30 seconds, Mohammed. Nurse Holder?
call me John.
Why do you only do that on me? Why you so odd? We don't really care what you do. We don't think anyone never will. We think you have a problem. And this problem's made you ill.
Tonight, long.
The artist walks amongst the flowers, appreciating the sun. He's out there in his lonely hours. Oh, and who's to say he's wrong? But the artist walks alone, and someone says behind his back, he's got some gall to call himself God. 30 seconds, Muhammad. He doesn't even know where he's at. And they sit in front of their TVs, saying, hey, isn't this a lot of fun? And they laugh at the artist, saying he don't know how to have fun.
Listen, lawmakers have passed a sweeping bill declaring action
about an artist growing gold. Some will try for fame and glory. Others like to watch the world. Others like to watch the world. Others like to watch the world. There you go.
Encore! Encore! What was the name? What was the name of your band, Narsha?
It's the story of an artist by Daniel Johnson.
No, didn't you say you had a band you were in?
I used to sing with my boyfriend's, now boyfriend, then ex.
Yeah, what was the name of the band?
It was just the little gigs I used to sing.
Is your boyfriend a guy?
Is my boyfriend?
No, he is, like, officially?
Yeah, I think so.
Good, that's horrible.
What a loss. What a tragic
Alright, now you
blow.
want to sing a song? Because I got one. Do you want one? You gotta sing one. No, I think I'll pass. Alright, this one is for Euro. I want to bring him out of his shit belt. Join us here in the light. Don't be afraid. We love you. And we love your eccentricities and blemishes.
I don't have any eccentricities or blemishes.
I know, love. I know that you think that, but let's just
No, I know that.
Yes, sir. Let me get the battery thing on. Where's my battery? My gosh. This is for my dear friend Euro.
What the fuck is that, bro?
Oh god, here we go. I'm here for the next fucking 2 years. This fucking guy.
You message her right now.
The state act is expected to be brought to the floor.
My dear friend Euro.
This goes out to Emma.
It goes out to Emma as well in her accident. And we love you on that. Oh, raining down his cold eyes. Shadows of a man, a face on the window, crying in the night.
Hello, everybody. This is James. I'm the Education Sheriff running for Illinois Governor. Today we're out in Springfield. We are at the Illinois Sheriff's Association Country.
Looking in their eyes, I can feel a memory. I never realized how happy you made me, oh Mandy. You came and you gave without taking. But I sent you away for your role. You kissed me and stopped me from shaking.
You're always
And I need you to stay, oh, no.
so long, brother.
take it. I sent you away, oh, you kissed me and shot me, take it. And I need you, hey, Romeo. Please don't call me.
Over $400 million.
For the past 8 months, Gina Salerno has been without running water in her side.
We're gonna try our best.
I'm
We
going
want
to
these rooms to be
and literally
proper.
humiliate myself and
Well,
ask
you
people to send me
can.
bottles of water, gallons of water, and I would have to go to the gas station, use the bathroom.
Oh, your will you kiss me and stop me from shaking? And I need you to stay. Oh, your will you gave and you gave without taking. Stitch away, oh, you kissed me and stopped me from shaking. And I need you to stay. We love you. We just wish you would lighten up a little bit. You seem a little bit tense.
John, when you said you masturbated, you said you used a vibrator. Is this because you have a clit? Like, just be honest with us, John.
Well, you know, I often challenge people to look up what a hermaphrodite is. And it turns out hermaphrodites don't exist. They're just women with enlarged clitorises. I have a cock. I have a cock. A penis. I have a penis and a set of balls between my legs.
I'm sorry, son.
No, you're not sorry. Because you're.
I'm upset about Emma. I don't know who this fucking woman is.
It is Emma. What the fuck, bro? Don't be discouraged, don't relax. Hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can't lose sight of it all, the darkness and such. Make you feel so small, but I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. Don't be afraid. I never show your true colors. True colors are beautiful when I spread your cheeks. Show me a stain that when I spread your cheeks, I see some huge change. My butt's making laughter. If this world makes you crazy and you're chafing all you can bear, just call me up and we'll do an anal bleaching. Your ass on this color and your cheeks when they rub together. They darken your skin, so now I see a darkened butt cheek, and I see where your butt cheeks meet. I see where your butt cheeks meet. I see where your butt cheeks meet. It's like a shadow.
I really like the part about the anal bleaching. That was beautiful.
If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, you call me to hit the fucking climax. You're fucking me up.
Okay, guy.
I gotta do it a cappella. And I see your true aged, so don't be afraid to reverse cowgirl. I wanna see you flop on. See those butt cheeks flopping my
Encore! Encore, Mr. Nero! Oh, what a beautiful song! What a rendition! So well improv. Encore, 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 encore. Oh, that was brilliant. Brilliant, sir. Encore, encore. We want to see more of that anally bleached whore flopping on your cock.
I don't know, I've had experiences where I'm like, all right, there's a little discoloration. I'm like, that's weird. I just want to see it. Like, I don't care if it's there. Just like, don't flaunt it. Like, don't be like, oh, this is like top shelf. Like, all right, there's a little bit of staining going on there. Like, especially with a reverse cowgirl. It's like, you don't want to see any of like, I don't.
Show me your true colors
Just like put your ass
of
out.
your butthole.
John, would you shut the fuck up?
Hello?
I don't want to see your asshole on Front Street unless you're doing the proper care. Do a waxing of your asshole and do a needle bleaching and then fucking put that pristine pink watermelon hubble bubble gum, pristine pink gumdrop bum in my face.
Raunchy.
You're so raunchy.
Alright then. Let's have something raunchy.
Dude, if you don't make it, maybe this isn't truly raunchy. Like it's
It's so raunchy.
nobody's oaths between us. It isn't.
Whatever. What the fuck? Alright. I did it the other day. I'm gonna repeat it.
Why is CM like sniping from the chat? They get up here and fucking wonder, like, oh, I'm gonna do me a little chat for her.
Ready?
Dude, just come up, you fucking loser.
Just are you ready? Let's do it. Give me a second. My name is Tina. I'll be your mistress. I'll be your host.
A dark money super PAC called Elect Chicago Women.
I'll be a fighting lion in your darkest hour.
Spending big in support of fun.
I'm like a poison flower. We could use the cage. I got a lot of rope. I'm not full of rage. I'm full of hope. This is not a crime. And you're the not a crime. Bend over, baby. I'm gonna make you smile.
Oh
Give
my
it
God.
up. Do as I say, give it up. Do as I say, give it up. Do as I say, give it up. I'll have my way, give it up. Do as I say, give it up. Do as I say, I'll give you love. I'll hit you like a truck. I'll give you love. I'll teach you how to.
I is gestation.
What you gonna do? You let me violate you. You let me desecrate you. You let me penetrate you. You let me complicate you. Help me
That was awesome. Encore. Encore. Wow.
Kitover is on the top. Yes, he's called the University of the World.
He's in the Let's just let.
Ribono Shalom, what a performance. Encore. Encore.
This one goes out to my love, the love of my life, the one that burns me to this day. Nagus. This is for you, baby. Norman Bates, my producer slammer. My boys are like, bam. Sage and you the dead man. Smoother flex to a hurricane. Sage and you the dead man. Smoother flex to a hurricane.
Good news, this beer's turbulence free.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it. Oh, yeah, baby, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it.
Rough day, Hank?
Smoother flex to a hurricane. That was pretty bad.
Everybody, welcome to Loving Color. I'm your host, Jeff.
So good.
Oh, baby, don't be.
Everybody, welcome to Loving Color. I'm your host, John Kitover. It's the 90s, but we're still paying kitties rent, so it's basically charity work.
Yes,
Tonight we're talking about what?
Taco say something.
What you got?
And
You don't have to.
yeah, I'm just concerned.
I'm gonna be greedy and I'm gonna double up. It's gonna have to love my life. John Kitover. He's all dad. Hey there, John, what's it like in Chicago? I'm 1,000 miles away, but now per tonight you look so pretty, yes you do. Times Square can't shine as bright as you. I swear it's true. Johnny, won't you worry about the distance? I'm right there if you get lonely. If this song enough to listen, close your cheeks.
30 seconds,
My
Mohammed. Nurse,
voice is my disguise.
Yeah, totally. Piece of cake.
By your
Excuse
side.
people on this market, emphasis on peace.
Right, he's got a piece of marketing upon you.
30 seconds, Mohammed. Nurse,
What you do to me? Oh, it's what you do to me, oh John. Oh, it's what you do to me.
I am finally at
What
peace.
you do to me. Hey there, Johnny. Johnny, I know times are getting hard, so just believe me, boy, there's someday. Pay the bills with my guitar, we'll have it good. We'll have a life we knew we would. My word is good. Hey there, Johnny, I've got so much left to say. If every simple song I wrote to you would take your breath away, I'd write it all. Even more in love with you, I'd fall. We'd have it all. John, I love you. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what your bald head does to me. Oh, it's what your bald head does to me. Oh, it's what your bald head does to me. 1,000 miles, it seems pretty far. You've got planes and trains and cars. I'll walk you to another way. A friend would all make fun of us, and we just laugh along because we know that none of us had felt this way. John, I promise you, but by the time that we get through, the world will never be the same. And you're to blame. John, I love you. And your many cell phones, it seems like you've got quite a few there, but each of them represents a petal on the flower of John Kitover. You are a banquet of beauty and insanity, and I hope you get medicated at some point. But
understood more of Bunny during the halftime.
That was great, Daniel. Thanks so much. I hope that comb over works out for you, and all communication is projection. So be sure to talk to your psychiatrist this year and find out if your dosages are working for you. Thanks so much for coming to the John Kitover Band. This has been an incredible performance and a very touching memento to our clubhouse friendships. Thank you.
Projection. All communication is hypnosis. Alright, who's next? What do you got first?
This is by Charles Bukowski, one of my most favorite writers and poets. I dedicate this to all my friends in this room, my passionate friends. Unless it comes out of your soul like a rocket, unless being still would drive you to madness or suicide, unless the sun inside you is burning in your gut, don't do it. And it is truly time. And if you have been chosen, it will do it by itself. And it will keep on doing it until you die, or it dies in you. There is no other way, and there never was. Charles Bukowski.
Wow.
You know, they say Charles Bukowski never wiped. He also never did his laundry. He was abusive and an alcoholic and a rapist.
Yes.
They say if Bukowski was alive today, he'd probably be charged with a whole litany of crimes.
You'd probably be high on the NC list.
Yeah, those were like the first graphic novels I ever read.
Yeah, really good, right?
CM is such a hater down there. What up, Abby?
Hey, from Bookstop.
How are you?
Come on, you guys. Fine, I guess. I know.
Someone told long ago, hasn't come before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Till forever only go through the circles fast and slow. I know, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down sunny day. All right, Abby, what do you got for us? Last time you were quite the showstopper.
Me?
Yeah, your last performance was extraordinary. It was like a showstopper. Everyone kind of halted.
I think you're confusing with someone else. feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. Oh, you're so fucking special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong there. I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I want to have control. I want a perfect body.
Oh my God.
I want a perfect soul. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here. I don't belong here. He's running down again. He's running down. He runs, run, run, run. He runs. He's running out. Run. Oh, whatever makes you happy. Whatever you want.
Everybody, welcome to Loving Color.
So fucking special.
Everybody, welcome to Loving Color. I'm your host, John Kitover. It's the 90s.
I wish I was special. I wish I was special.
That was so beautiful.
Thank you.
Chris, that was wonderful. I love it.
What is it with people from Chicago that get so happy to be born there? I can't wait to tell me they're from Chicago, and when I meet them, they're
You're
really
just too
from
good to
Chicago.
be true.
Wouldn't understand. What is it with people from
Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven. Touch.
Everybody, welcome to Loving Color. I'm your host, John Kitover. It's the 90s, but we're still paying 80s rent, so it's basically cherry.
One last love is around.
Tonight we're talking about Black Shirt Service. Everybody, welcome to Loving Color. I'm your host, John Kitover. It's the 90s, but we're still paying.
Just too good to be true. Can't take my
John
hands
Kitover,
off
sing one all.
of you. Find the way that I stare.
And a privilege, huh?
There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, why don't you peel off those knickers? You're just too good to be true. Can't take. you, baby. Don't want the lonely nights. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I stay. Oh, pretty baby.
Welcome to Italy. Welcome to.
Pray, oh, pretty baby. Now that I found you, stay and let me love you. Baby, let me love you. If it could be true, can't take my eyes off of you. As long as love is right, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my hands off of you. Only cocks
There is satanic worship involved. How on earth was it a blood sacrifice? I can't even say some of the names on here. I can't say.
Simping in love with you. Shall I still? Would it be still? For I can't help cocking in love with you. Like a river flows rolling to the sea. Darling, so it goes. Menstruation is clear art to be. So take my cock, take my balls too. Stroke me all and watch me come for you. Yeah, baby. Like a river flows.
I made my favorite family recipe, chicken cookie soup, and this
In the washing machine, there are many stains
everyone.
on them.
Tommy Hess, I'm running for Congress in the Illinois 50 Redstone District. Well, right now I'm on the north side of Chicago. This is the most dangerous area of the north side of Chicago. Like, we got all kinds of criminals running wild around here.
Ruin my life and become an architect.
Tell me about it. 7.
Rapers.
If you know, you know.
7 years.
Oh, hell.
Blueprints.
Nikola Tesla.
Don't you feel bad because he was your friend?
I would kill him.
Top view, side view, elevation, freaking perspective. On and on and on for 7 fucking years.
Because he is one of the most beautiful I've ever known. This guy shot my book and bragged that he wants to kill me. There's a bullet right to my heart.
long. And if you feel
Today
like I feel, baby, come on. Ooh, come on. Get it on.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. Let's love them, baby.
Today I am proud to endorse Juliana Stratton to become Illinois' next champion in the United States Senate. I didn't get the United States Congress by claiming
We're all sensitive people. So much to give. All you still is to quit. You, oh baby, oh no, no. Was giving yourself to me, you never be wrong. But if the love is don't you know? That's sweet. Won't push you, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. I'll be around the bush. Stop being around the bush, baby. Let's do it. You know, baby, what I'm talking about. Come on, baby. Yeah. Hey. Let your love come out. If you believe in love, you know, let's get it on, let's get it on, let's get it on. This minute, baby. Take down those knickers. Let's get it on. Please. Oh, that's please. Let's get it on, baby. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, darling. Stop beating around the bush.
Town, Chicago.
Let's start, baby.
Town, Chicago, Chicago, I will show you around. I love it. Bet you about a dollar you lose the blues in Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. On Great Street, that Great Street, I just wanna say they do things that they never do on Broadway. Say they have the time of their life. I saw a man and he danced with his wife in Chicago. Chicago, my hometown.
Yay. I never really understood religion. It seems to be a good excuse to kill. I never really could make a decision. I don't suppose I ever really will. I can't relate to any power structure where ego is a driven energy. I let mine go a long time ago when I decided that I would be free. Only love. Life is fighting your every breath.
can you not organize yourselves under one? Uma.
When every cell inside you is organized, then why do you reject organized religion?
It's a good apologetic. They're going to use that if you're not careful.
I know.
You see how organized yourself are.
See how organized this world.
Just organize yourselves too. Be one. No.
And you deny organized religion.
Oh my God, you're so hot tonight, honey.
Control your hormones.
When you crunching on that
Peanut jokes?
peanut chips with garlic,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a very nice time with your breath. You're gonna give garlic kisses.
Bro, it's just got a little speck of garlic. That's it.
Oh my God. I don't know. I am kind of washed out of me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Man, I'll be like the religion stuff.
Why is Abby so upset? Didn't she sing that really raunchy song?
Abby has sang no stuff that was Steve.
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah.
Bro, I was like,
Oh my God, bro, I'm sorry.
Abby's so cute. Like she's got a proper too.
Dude, when Steven sung that song, I was like, that was the highlight of my night, man.
Daniel Stephen is a devout Muslim Somalian chick. What? What the?
That's bullshit. There's no way.
Swear, oh God. Stephen is like one of those Alhamdulillah, Astaghfirullah kind of chicks. I was shocked.
Oh my God.
Rabbana Shalom.
Really, all of ours made all blush. It seemed like fucking.
Listen, we look like saints before.
I know.
And so cute. She's like, this is so alright on TikTok. She's also a Brit, so she's like,
Sick stuff.
oh, so good. So good.
Yeah.
So Daniel, your songs are so inappropriate that people do things.
What can I do? I didn't know, but it's like
It's like
later,
the last
you
Thursday
gotta
night.
spice it up later on.
Yeah.
Because like we already did like regular songs, so why not be weird?
Obviously.
I'd like to do an improv. If you could provide me with a beat, I'm gonna hit the song to Narja's and
Alright.
Daniel.
Hold on. What kind of beat do you want? What kind of beat do you want?
It doesn't matter. Medium, EDM pulse. I'm gonna sing about in Clown World. This is the John Kitover Band, broadcasting live out of Chicago. It's the 11th February 2026. Najas just sing us some songs. And Daniel just sang us some songs. Normally every night they sit with Barth and they talk about the delights of the Bible and the Quran, the glorious Quran. ESL is not optional. They come from all over the world. The Muslims, whether it's Pakistan or Egypt, they find Barth and Daniel every day. They debate in endless ways. They mostly just talk about defining words. Definitions, definitions, definitions every day with Barth and Daniel. Definitions and debates about definitions, endlessly debating definitions. Barth just took out a hammer and took out a nail and took out a saw, and somebody asked him, "Where is the screwdriver?" So Barth goes home every day to his Latina baby and says, "Babe, why do people keep asking me where the screwdriver's at? I just want to debate the Quran and tell everybody I'm a good Catholic, but the show is getting old and things are growing stale, but definitions are never going away because the Muslims, they want to play with definitions, debating definitions of English words in endless ways."
That was fantastic. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Did the rat bite your toe?
Okay, this is the John Kitover Band. We've been broadcasting this on multiple platforms. If anybody's up for a poem, I'll read a little poem for everybody. Okay, this is the love poems of Rumi. Pick a number 1 through 50. What number? 37. Okay, it's called Dying to Love. So take the deepest, deep breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Dying to Love by Rumi. Die in this love. If you die in this love, your soul will be renewed. Die. Don't fear the death of that which is known. If you die to the temporal, you will become timeless. Die. Cut off those chains that hold you prisoner to the world of attachment. Die to the deathless, and you will be eternal. Die. And come out of this cloud. When you leave the cloud, you will be the effulgent moon. Die to the din and the noise of mundane concerns. In the silence of love, you will find the spark of life. Mm.
That was quite beautiful. It's kind of dark.
Well, it's kind of funny because when you talk about death or die, you use that word die, die, die. It's a little bit like it's kind of humorous in a way because it's like, do you know what the Aristocrats is? The comedian's comedy joke.
I know the. Oh, no, I don't know the aristocrats.
It's just a story of like a very vulgar, profane story about a family that is.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So anyways, what I'm saying is like if you listen to Rumi and if you listen to anything that just says something that's like dark or like upsetting.
It's
maybe.
also, I think when he says die, he's talking about the ego death, obviously.
See, yeah, you're right, but I'm reading it almost like a psychopath, like I'm torturing somebody, saying die, like it's all in the performance, which kind of gives it the perspective. But yeah, I mean, the way you hear it, if you hear that, like I'm talking about my supposed ego. Alan Watts says the biggest ego trip going is thinking you have an ego. There's no such thing as ego. It's just Freudian concepts,
Yeah. I think, like, Ruby calls it, like, the lower eye, right? So, the small eye. The small eye that is not the true eye. So, the small eye is like my dog, who thinks he's so magnanimous before, like, the freaking, the big fat dogs in my neighborhood. So, and how he just floats up and wags his chest, and he's so little, but he thinks he's so big. So, the small eye that confuses itself, and the capital eye.
Well, ego backwards is OG, and you could say it like, oh gee, golly, or like OG, G meaning like God.
Yeah.
Yeah. G is a magic letter. It represents the camel. The camel allows you to go very far distances in difficult terrain and transmit information and goods and equipment. So the camel is like a mystical creature that can, basically resurrect in a way because it goes into certain death and emerges with, treasures. The Gimmel.
Also, Devil doesn't freaking has a great memory, much like the elephant, with distances especially.
Have you ever seen a camel fully cooked? And like, it's just it's so gross. That those camel humps, when they squeeze it, it's just like all fat. So it's just like emulsifies after you cook it. But I've seen videos of people eating camel meat, and like it's like looks very stringy and horsey.
I've eaten a horse.
Really?
Yeah, in Prague. So
gross.
they were serving, no one told me, along with like hot wine.
So gross.
Yeah. Really gross. That's stretchy.
I heard in America they don't kill horses for their meat. It's against the law, so they transport every year over 200,000 horses to Canada for slaughter. Most of the dog food they sell at Petco is made from horse meat ground up in Canada.
This is wrong. My family's been into horses since I was a child, and my extended family breeds them. So like, and my brother's a veterinary for horses. So like, horse is such a auspicious animal in my family. It looks like turkey. I don't know.
What does it taste like?
Sick, like it's stretchy and yeah, it's actually not easy to bite into. It's hard meat, kind of a little bit.
You've eaten it before?
Yeah, I ate it in Prague when I was a barbarian girl vegetarian. And that was the biggest haram thing I think I did in my life.
What other kind of things have you eaten?
I don't eat meat usually, but that I ate horse was like the biggest freaking haram thing I did.
You know,
They're serving it with hot wine on the street.
you know, fried green eggs and ham book. You know,
Yeah.
the moral of the story is, you know, if you try it, you might like it. But the truth is, if you put it in your mouth, you know, you're gonna like it.
I'm eating
What have you eaten? Huh?
I'm eating a snack right now.
I think you're having fried. Are you having freaking fries?
No.
What are you eating?
I'm having I'm having a really light puffy biscuit.
I had some amazing beef shawarma for dinner tonight.
Oh yeah.
It was really good, and green pea or chickpea soup, and I'm a fat boy. I don't think my stomach's ever been this huge.
That's okay, man.
It's looking like your PTR, actually.
Hey, go where? Just walk it out.
No, you know, my car fucking battery died, so tomorrow I gotta call AAA and use my warranty on that battery and shit. Sorry, Tyrone, gotta come in and put a new battery in. Shit, here's $10.
It's an accident.
Shit.
If it's cold, sometimes it doesn't crank over. It's just so cold.
Shit. Man, your battery don't start. No, dog, that's why I called. Your battery don't start? No, man, that's why I called. Shit. Let me test it. Man, no, dog, your battery's still good, man. I'm just gonna jump you and you're gonna be good. No, dog, you gotta replace that battery.
Are you still running?
Give me a little grace here. Yeah, I'm running. I'm posting all day long. Right in John Kitover.
You got your Farsi though.
John Kitover used to have Persian girlfriends.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today. I was like, man, maybe I should just move back to LA.
Also, the girlfriends that taught you this, because if you had Persian boyfriends, they would teach you only the bad words and the swear words.
Yeah, bro.
Some of them are head cases.
Of course, my blonde boy yank,
They're like they got bad PTSD from their diaspora. They're only second generation diaspora, and they're so ambitious. It's kind of annoying sometimes. I'm like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a doctor. Jesus Christ, how many of you are fucking doctors? How many doctors do we need? Hello?
It's not like your parents give you any doctor.
Anyways,
You're either a doctor or an engineer.
I'm just angry. There's just so many hot Persian chicks.
They are. Yeah.
Oh, I was in Miami for Art Basel, and oh my god, like the hottest Persian chick ever is on the street corner. So I took a photo with her, and she does like DMT trips for people. She's like some kind of, you know, but basically she's just like a hot influencer who, you know, she's got probably amazing connections. Oh.
Marcus can hold her ears for a minute. I'll tell you the secret.
Hey, go, Baba. I'm a freaking man amongst men on Clubhouse. What do you think?
The real genius of the plastic surgeon, man.
I'm not gonna have the knife, bro.
But that means you get all the high IQ ones, right? Because that's, you know, how our generations improve. We don't pick based on looks, we pick based on IQ. And I'm not talking in a like boys speaking girls. It's also the other way. It's like all my high school mates and all the bodies have also gotten all the plastic surgery they could. And hair implants, which are so jealous of.
Gross. So superficial.
It's like in Iran, it's even better than Turkey now.
Do you know how gross it is when a woman is out of shape, but yet she has massive tits and like no ass, or she has implants in her ass, but like she's got no actual strength in her body. And so when you see that and you see the person like fucking, you're just like, that's actually really gross because you're just like accentuating certain regions, but the whole body is like emaciated. So it's just like disgusting. It looks good. It looks good maybe in clothes. As soon as the clothes comes off, you're like, ew.
Persians are very curvy, but
Is it known for Persian women to have like a lot of the what?
yeah, we're just curvy, proportional.
Wow.
Middle Eastern chicks are like that.
Daniel, when was the last time you actually sniffed a woman's pussy?
Ew. I'm the fucking pro.
It's been forever. How long since you made love to a woman?
I'm not admitting that because then you're gonna be here and they'd never hear the end of it.
No, tell me this one time and I'll never speak of it again. Oh my God, 5 years? Oh no! No wonder why. You need to be touched. You need love.
Dad gets all the hottest chicks.
You have to be touched, Daniel.
I think it's so much better for your like sanity to just be alone. I don't.
It's not true, dude. If you're with a beautiful person and you're both attracted to each other, it's a very high state of dopamine.
Yeah, true. Crazy amounts.
And at some point it crash,
Yeah, it eventually will crash and burn, but in the meantime, ride that wave.
No, I'm gonna I look at the wave and I'm like, all right, I see a wave there. I'm like, do I really want to get on that wave? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I just don't want to. I don't want to go through it anymore. It's too tough.
No, you're boring. See, you just don't understand that all communication is hypnosis, and so it's possible that
Communication is projection.
Yeah, projection or politics or spam. It doesn't really matter. It's just important to be aware of it because the reverse hypnosis from the female, if you can get hypnotized and then you just don't know you're hypnotized because you become like an avatar for that beautiful person.
And then you drown them, and then you get drowned, and then you're fucking lost.
Not really. If you get drowned in an ocean of bliss, are you drowning? No, you're just floating. And the problem is, while you're in the bliss, if you are worried about losing it, well, then you've already lost it. Because there's amateurs and then there are professionals, real Don Juans or real lover boys, or what is it? I was just reading about it yesterday. But anyways, I'm just saying the art of love is like any other art. It's, use it or lose it.
I don't know. I think women are too difficult to, anytime you try to make a formula, people will say, oh, well, there's a certain way to go about it and all this and that. I think that's underestimates how intriguing and dynamic people are. That they can fall into some formula. I think it's nonsense. I don't think there's any way to really sort of procure a woman unless you're just genuine.
No
try.
But and then, steal my dinner. And I'm just like, so the thing is, a lot of this is just dopamine psychology. And I'm just saying that nothing surprises me. People are very, very scandalous. Let's just put it that way.
Well, wish it was the hypnosis, as you mentioned, though. I'm so red-pilled that I think it's the rejection, unfortunately.
It's rejection, but the thing is, it's like if you do self-analysis or reflection on the communication, the question is, how could I have achieved a different outcome? And I'm not always so sure I want to achieve a different outcome. Sometimes, like Daniel said here, like he's actually just satisfied being a hermit. And I'm satisfied being a hermit too, but I do, still think about, the top games that I've brought down in my life, and I miss, those perfect tens. But I'm not complaining.
I think there's a solution.
Hair plugs? Should we go to Turkey and get hair plugs?
Well, trust me, you get them better in Scandinavia. They're free. You'd have to. There are ways, but anyway, you can get free hair plugs in Scandinavia. But anyway, I was on searching the internet, and I was like, well, what's this? Pops up. OnlyFans. Guess what her OnlyFans name is?
Who?
Your thick Persian girlfriend. I'm like, I'm buying this. I was like, dude, I'm buying this one. It was on sale for $6. Dude, and she was so freaking, her butt was like, that is a black woman's butt. I was like, dude, what the hell? How is a white woman having that? Black hair, beautiful, dark features and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is unbelievable. Well, anyway, I was like, dude, I'll say the link is so incredible. Persian women are so fucking hot, dude.
Yeah. They're tip top. See, I don't know how they are in Iran, but like once they get out and their genetics, maybe admixture a little bit and they diaspora out, I think that's when they get spicier. But I think it's also a lot of the Jewish chicks are spicy, and maybe some of the Muslim ones, are less desirable. Well, I know some.
They say there was a reason they had to put burqas on them, right?
They all get nose jobs, so rhinoplasty is real, and it really does change the look. When you see a before and after picture, you're like, whoa, like that really does. That totally changes, changes your face, and you look way.
You're not gonna believe it. This is like Persian perfection. Persian is just don't get some. It's more of like he wears clothing and it's not like a nudity.
Yeah.
It's more of a realistic, thick Persian. Oh my god.
She's an angel.
He got distracted.
Let's see.
I am so in love with her. I sent her a message.
That is not a plastic surgery yet.
I sent her a message. I'm like, I really love your content. And she replied, are you white?
Very
Why don't you like her? What are you talking about?
This concern just fucking amazing.
Really?
We think that we got it good, and other people got. I mean, I saw a video of some people in Africa in their hut, during a storm, and it's just like, holy shit! Could you imagine living in a fucking hut made out of like banana leaves, and it's dumping rain outside, and you're sitting there shooting a TikTok video, picking hair out of your boyfriend's head? I'm just like, wow, fucking plumbing is amazing. Hello? Hello? Well, this is getting very late.
I'm married and I'm convinced Nagus knows my family one way or another being in San Diego. But don't judge me. This would be my favorite Persian.
Sure.
I got a kid with a Persian ex-wife in San Diego. I'm not kidding you. This Persian chick on Hinge was like, "Come over to my house." I'm like, "Oh my god, okay." So I go over there, and she's like, "Well, I got somebody coming over to fix this and that, so we'll have to do a date another time." And I was like, let's just do this here right now." And then we proceeded to, make a beautiful baby overlooking the ocean in her $7 million mansion. And then that was the last time I ever saw her. Yeah, La Jolla.
What the fuck?
You probably know the chick. She's crazy.
I do probably know the chick.
Yeah, you probably know her. She's like very artistic. Her parents are doctors. She herself, I don't think it's achieved anything.
Just exit the chat so I can delete it. Don't tell no one that.
I got her in my phone from some other, some while back, but it doesn't make a difference.
No, click on it. Say it again. No, she is blue guitar. Alright. What was your rating? Universe. We rate. Oh. And the food is like the second is for you. 9.2. Smart. And did you see that last post she has about? Guess who's in her DMs and getting seen? Stop it, you're talking to her.
Shut up.
No comments, no comments. Look at the little thing.
You're going to be changed to be chosen.
She played guitar, playing piano, playing. Yeah, did you think we should invite her to our podcast? Shoot.
Oh, actually.
Yeah. Did you? Come on, go sign up for Instagram. Go to watch the videos. She sings all these like famous songs, but she like makes sound with like the Coke bottle and like tapping on the table, and then she mixes it up. So she's like, do you wanna? Should I play one? Are you listening? Yeah, play one. Alright, so this is the latest one. Let me know. Let me switch to the music mode. Is that how you can share from phone? Yeah. Oh, look how beautiful she is in this. She has such dark eyes. No, check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, check.
Yeah. Let's hear that.
Town, Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here at Kitover Clinic, we specialize in DMX.
You could hear that, right? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Offers to us on screenshot.
Activities. Again, this is playing and job.
She played all the instruments and everything, remixed everything. She uses the software. She's super talented. Now tell me how to convert those secret messages into responses. Sorry, something bad will get tonight.
You can talk to her, like, it's okay. I mean, میتونی مثلا ازش بپرسی like how she makes these videos.
I know, it's like I have like zero music knowledge.
Using that much, she's using like that trust. That is just it. Yeah.
Roger Waters or
yeah. Roger Waters okay, man. For me, it was like Sedara. For me, it's these guys, like the original ones. Sedara is like the original father figure of Pink Floyd.
yeah, I've heard of them.
Then he suddenly like went into it, just disappear, freak out.
I've not heard that.
I mean, Roger Waters makes good music. Don't get me wrong. Like he's done some really good work with like Dark Side of the Moon. But and that is their best album, right? But I still think like they have much better ones like the Age of the Machine. I think what is that called? Oh fuck, I know all the words to all of their songs. I've gone to their concerts too. I've seen The Wall twice. I went to Dark Side of the Moon once. What is that? Animals. That's a fantastic album they have. And
I went to the Wall. That's
Songs Full of Secrets. Which one? The Wall. Yeah, me too. I saw it twice, 2 times. A very good album they have is A Source Full of Secrets. That's one of my favorite albums.
How about which one it is?
A Source Full of Secrets. Agora pensa. Ele, Juan. They have been my all-time favorite from when I was 15. Second one is
Saucer Full of Secrets. 1968, so it's like on 12 months.
it's a really good one. And they have Age of the Machine is also very good. But Dark Side of the Moon just takes the cake, I think. It took 10 years to make that album.
All these ones I heard at the time, not the old ones, I don't think so.
The lunatic is on the grass.
Cry the time.
What is your most favorite song of theirs, like, from The Wall?
It's the one that starts with Hey You. Is that I don't know if the name of the song.
Hey, you out there in the cold, getting lonely, getting old. Can you feel me?
When did you first hear Pink Floyd? Who introduced you to it? Yeah.
My friends from school. We still are heavy Pink Floyd fans. I mean, we look.
We smoking weed and everything.
Yeah, girl. The thing is, you don't even need like weed or anything. Like after a while, Pink Floyd. You just feel fine.
Oh yeah, I don't need weed. It's like better than
I got sober early.
just like we laugh and cry. I'm like very straight, but I had this one high school mate that I had that big crush on. He was the one that introduced me to this, and I couldn't, like, for the love of God, I couldn't. It was like so hard. So it was like it breaks my mind when they changed the beat in the middle of the song. You know what I mean? Like I'm on a 6/8. You know what is 6/8? Did not understand this concept. It's like my mind is tuned to like Persian pop songs, and then now someone introducing me to a song, but in the middle of the song, the beat changes. I was like, I couldn't comprehend that. So it's like he introduced me to all of these and told me all the stories and such. But then like 10 years later, I could only appreciate it 10 years after that.
Yeah. So when they like they flagged like the separate ending just to their instruments. And like believe it or not, I went to the concerts for Dark Side of the Moon in India. It was in a panel one of the hardest albums to freaking make. And the music sounds so easy on the ears.
Close for you. Maybe close or far away.
Oh, this video. Oh man, watching this the whole video, not the music but the movie, was such a taboo breaking thing. Taboo breaking, is that the right word? For us to do. It was as if you're watching like child porn. it was like crazy.
What about
I
the pigs
remember
that fly?
I remember the thrill I had to like when that's like I got that on like a VHS and like we secretly were watching it. Them showing their eyebrows and
Yeah.
Daniel, have you watched it? Have you watched the movie? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I still remember to this day the feeling of watching it.
I had this Canadian Iranian boss and he was like always making fun of me that like all Persian boys like Pink Floyd and they're all like poetic. He was making fun of me.
Just stay. Another break in the wall. Why do I haven't sang it for these karaoke?
Yeah, let's do a Pink Floyd. Ask Daniel to play us a few.
Oh wait, point of order, moderator. I got big news. A group of researchers finally figured out the curse of Tutankhamun. It wasn't like arsenic or some kind of poison that kept killing all these Egyptologists. Did you guys read about this? Do you know what it was?
No,
I didn't hear the last part. They didn't kill what?
They thought maybe there was like some secret poison, or like they figured out a way to like poison Tutankhamun's king. His burial chamber was killing all these Egyptologists.
Oh, like the pharaoh. I just understood. Sorry.
Yeah, the pharaoh. But do you guess what it was? Guess what the curse of Tutankhamun was?
what the fuck is it?
It was fucking clickbait. It was just a publishing gimmick. It's not true. It's just fake news.
I went and saw his mummy in the Louvre. The year I visited Paris was the year they had the Egyptian.
Yeah, I saw
mummy.
that scene. I saw it too. I wasn't very impressed. It's very small, actually. It's not the real.
It's very small.
Yeah, it's not the real deal.
Oh, it's not.
The real deal, the big one, is in Egypt, and actually Sisi just commemorated a new Egyptian museum, which it's probably got to be amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're like trying to capitalize on tourism by making it more professional than ever.
Oh, wow. That's something pretty good to freaking capitalize on.
There were some things on the
You've been to the.
things not saying this thing.
Did you just go to like the local gas station or something and get like a whole milk to wash down that biscuit?
The heck is wrong with my
Moderators point up, we're all
moderator, point.
I'll communicate in this biscuit, or pretend you can take your pick, and or
Have you been to the New York Met Museum with the obelisk and the Egyptian?
No. I'm
Yeah.
dying.
They got this Egyptian burial room there that they like literally took out of Egypt. It's the coolest fucking room in the museum. It's got all the hieroglyphics. It really feels like some kind of a cult, like a burial chamber of some type of like magic, priesthood or something. It's a very powerful room in the museum.
It seems like it's from like 1,000 years in future. I've been there. San Jose also has like a very mini, it's like more like kids museum, but it's actually relatively impressive. They have like a lot of like Egyptian, like actually one mummy there as well.
Let me see if I can find a picture of the New York Met one.
I was telling Bob and Daniel. So I studied architecture, and we had for history of architecture every semester we studied like one era, right? So we started off with the Indus Valley, and then the Hindu architecture, followed by the Christian architecture, then we had Islamic, but the Egyptian architecture we did for a whole year, simply because we had, it was one of our subjects. We had to freaking study every detail in the pyramids of Giza. And it so happens that these pharaohs were buried at 1/3 the height from the ground. And then there was this, I don't know how scientific it is, Daniel, but if you make an isosceles triangle and you freaking place an apple or a fruit at 1/3 the height from the ground, right in the center of the freaking pyramid, it freaking lasts for months. So somehow these freaking Egyptians devised a way in which the mummy that was placed on the dead body of the pharaoh, that was placed at 1/3 the height of the pyramid, freaking survived. Like, as in, like, its flesh stayed pretty much fresh. It just doesn't, depreciate material at that height. But then it
That's strange.
that's strange as hell.
I wonder if maybe, like, so the deeper you go, I think the colder it gets. So there might be some element of
Yeah,
the temperature
yeah.
that they understood that. I don't know how they would understand, like,
I don't
if
know.
they preserve things because of it's cold.
True.
I don't know. Maybe that's it, but I doubt it.
Well, it's a hot climate, so they would probably like try and devise ways in which to keep themselves cool, right? So the deeper they went, and if they figured out how to build structures without having the walls collapse on you, they realized that this place also keeps us cool. But then again, I mean, if you read Eric von Daniken's book, The Chariots of the Gods, I read that like in high school. Dude, he thinks that the aliens, basically, and he has a theory where he truly believes,
So,
yeah, he's trying to say that these guys are actually aliens, whilst they, of the freaking pyramid could not have been built using like tools of the time during the lifetime of the pharaoh. However, for them to accomplish such a thing is gobsmacking. So he says these people have to be aliens. And then he presents these hieroglyphs in which, like, on the walls, you actually see astronaut looking, wearing the entire garb of an astronaut, as though these people were, from as though they were otherworldly.
so weird.
I know.
Yeah, how can it not be that the case? It is real, right? It's like, you see how when you see those like alien ships, it triggers something in your genetics, right? It's like, you know how, like, I don't know if all of you are like this as well or not, but it's like snake, right? I'm not afraid of snake, but it triggers something.
Like, oh, you or state architecture and just shut that.
They're like, you should have continued on. The fuck up is that most of my friends who are architects who studied with me ended up making like product design. Yeah. Some of them got to theater. Like, even this guy who came in, this poker, whatever his name is, he's still an architect, but he does product design. Something like I read Ayn Rand and I freaking did architecture. I even worked, I'm going to dox myself, but I worked for a guy, an architect, who, by the way, never finished his master's or his bachelor's, I think. He just doesn't have a degree. He like studied till the 5th year and he just quit at the end because they kept failing him for architectural design, right? We had to show it in front of a jury.
Yeah.
Every year we had to show our work in front of a jury. I can share with you some of my work, Janet, if you want to see.
Something I used to do, wears always red shoes.
Yeah. And what was his name? Ed Johnson or something. And he lives on the beach too. You probably can go look him up. And I'll give you his name. He used to wear red shoes. And I interned with him when I came to the States, which was kind of sad because I had to start all over again because they use wood here. And I was actually sitting and drafting in his office. He lives in Claremont. His office is there too. Don Edson. Don Edson, go look him up. I interned with him when I first came here when I was really young.
How old are you?
20 something. 22, 23.
My God. You're just a kid.
I was a kid. My sister was 16 when she went to France. She just and she studied. She ended up studying aeronautic engineering, a PhD. And then she went to Berlin where she worked. And she has, by the way, what do you call that? Dyslexia.
Wow.
Isn't she? Dude, she's so smart. Yeah.
You also
She's dyslexic.
did very well, yeah. It's like you see sometimes you see words backwards or something.
Yeah.
Did she go to Iran and how did
No. She studied her bachelor's.
you're gonna get reached out and have to go through?
We didn't live in Iran. My sisters never lived in Iran. I lived my first few years in my life. Just very with my grandmother, my aunts and stuff. That's all I remember from my childhood. My schooling, yeah, I can't even speak Farsi like me.
You're crying because you have
Pick you up and bring you back for a
Peru
tribunal.
again.
You better make some good fesson to grab them.
that's a good idea.
Chop up some watermelon and some feta cheese and some alma walnuts.
Some fried chicken. I want to do fried chicken.
Make me a borica.
They're gonna stay, I think, bro, for some time.
I got my pizza bag ready. Let's go.
Don't drop the soap.
Daniel, I have a question for you. I'm going to dox myself right now, but if you PTR. So anyway, is this your 10? No, this is Dr. David O'Connor. So he was for a long time, he was the curator of Pennsylvania University Museum of Egyptology. He's also an Egyptologist, and he built through the University of Pennsylvania a facility in Abydos and developed relationships with the Egyptian government in order to bring artifacts to and from. I studied under him, and this is some years before he died. But he was my mentor. I really loved him very much. So his name is Dr. David O'Connor, and you can look at some of his work. But what a lovely man, and I miss him so much. And I also fucked his daughter.
Oh, shit.
You're good looking. Is that you? Yeah, that's me. You look one of the Khomeini's grandchilds. You yourself are very handsome.
Yeah.
I think Israel went too far.
I cannot. Did you just Photoshop that?
That's Dr. David O'Connor. He had a falling out with the Pennsylvania and went to
Dude, how do I know this name? How the fuck do I know this name, David O'Connor?
well, maybe
Has he done any kind of work that's a documentary on him?
yeah. Very nice man. And he would tell me stories about digging up the mummies in Abydos. And he said that if you pick them up, their bodies are so rigid that you can hold them by the legs. And the whole body is stays like you're holding a stick. And he made a joke that it looked like he was performing. He would pick the mummy up, and he was holding it by the legs, and it looked like he was performing oral sex on it.
Ew.
was weird. Yeah. It was his daughter, like he had the most dysfunctional family. Like, he had all of these credits of acclaim in academia, and he has a Festschrift in his name. But his family was so crazy because he wasn't there. He was always working.
But similar to Domo, like his parents were never there. The guy freaking went insane and killing people and eating them. Like,
Ew. Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer fucking eat people.
Why did you bring that? What does that have to do with
I don't know, I just thought of him.
dude? That's so gross. You're talking about cannibalism? I didn't think you said that they were that weird. John Kitover said they weren't that weird, or they were eating people. His two daughters were just very strange and like clingy.
I got distracted. What are we talking about? Are we talking about Epstein files?
He's talking to Jeffrey Dahmer now.
Who's that?
He's an American serial killer and was a cannibal.
Did you all read about the baby eating thing?
I hope that's not true. Is it true?
Apparently they're saying it is. Maybe I should double check, but that's what Twitter is saying.
My poor David, he fell out of bed and he couldn't get up. I miss him so much. He said so many beautiful things to me and I miss him. This is him on the cover of National Geographic. Let me see if I can find it. I'm so proud of him. Proud of his work. He had very good parties too.
Where did you meet him, daughter?
I'm from the Philadelphia area, so I met his daughter at the University of Pennsylvania, or we call it Penn.
It's UPenn, right? That's the name of the website.
That's correct, but colloquially we just say Penn. But because she was his daughter,
University and assholes reject
his daughter was so crazy. Like, oh, when you got bad news, it won't get them blues. Okay.
So was she your 10 out of 10? I still have this question.
You want to meet her?
If this chick is your 9.8, then who's your 10?
It will always be Catherine. I'll show you a picture. She's not for everybody, but she's Turkish. She has that Turkish look. I'll show you her. This is when she was a bit younger.
Let's hope she's better than the above TikTok girl.
This is her. It's a photo Lawrence Salzberg took of her. She's not for everybody, I understand. I think she's really beautiful, but good friends with her. Oh my God.
Who is Catherine?
That's David's daughter. David O'Connor's daughter.
This is the girl you dated?
This is the girl who's married.
You're married to her. You
No,
married?
I'm married to his daughter.
You married David's daughter?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
You didn't tell me
he
this.
banged her. He didn't marry her.
I've told you guys.
You told me you married a Catherine.
That kind of marriage.
Hold on. You said you married Catherine. I know, but you didn't tell me it was David O'Connor's daughter.
That's correct. That is his daughter.
That's lovely.
Do you know what she was weird about her? Because her family was so much into academia, she started to despise academia and did not want anything to do with so she went and lived on communes in the United States in these intentional communities.
Yeah.
And they changed their names and they turned into hippies.
I know.
And,
Michaela, you sexy thing.
I was just reading about.
I thought I fall asleep listening to some people talk.
Did you know? A quick little factoid for you: Mark Twain went bankrupt before he died because he invested $8 million in something called a page compositor, which is like an early like typewriter, basically. But the dumbass, all his wit and genius, this dumbass bankrupted himself trying to build a typesetting machine. He, ruined his wife's retirement, ruined his retirement. Poor Mark Twain. Hello.
ever heard of from a German financier named Fust? I think his name was Fust. And he apparently loaned him something like 6,000 marks or francs or whatever the hell they were. And Gutenberg was able to accomplish his printing press and publish a first run. And then, right when he was done, 6 months before he shipped out the Bibles or something, the guy sued him to pay him back the 6,000 that he owed him. It might have even re-upped. So Fust wins in the court case. He forces Gutenberg to pay him. Gutenberg dies penniless. Fust, the original investor in the Gutenberg method, mostly benefited from it. After Gutenberg's failure, he gets forgotten. Fust is the main publisher that's using the technology for the first few years.
That's a
He's
story,
also,
right?
according to some, the origin of the name for Faust.
That's a story right up your legal career. Are you just getting up, or are you going to sleep?
I got up maybe half an hour ago.
Oh my gosh.
In the process of what was it?
I mean, I haven't gone to sleep yet. I was just wondering, are you an early riser?
Yeah, I'm an early riser.
Do you get up and do tachlis? Do you put on your tefillin and do your little, do you pray or do your thing?
The time for prayer is a little closer to sunrise. It's still pre-sunrise, but also I pray with the moon, so I go at 6:45 like usual.
Oh my gosh. Well, you missed it. We had a fun room tonight. Narja sang a bunch of songs. Amazing. Honestly, she's got a very special voice, something you would see in a cool jazz, nightclub or something. And it was awesome.
I see that. She's got a jazz singing kind of voice.
Yeah, it was great. Tonight was a highlight of Clown House history. The John Kitover Band.
Nice.
We made it.
Can we update the name of your band to the John Kitover Experience?
Yeah. I've been making Sora videos. It's and it's just so funny to portray yourself as a world famous band leader with all these different filters. The amazing thing about AI is it doesn't ruin all my past experiences, but it makes me realize how I've been subjected to like spam consumption my whole life, and now that I'm putting out as much spam as possible, you see how celebrities aren't really willing to make the jump, but early adopters of AI, you know, I don't know how far it'll get people because like people are like I'm using it even for political stuff, and I see other people using it for political messaging, and when you compare it to what the real politicians are putting out, you're like, what's the fucking difference? It's all spam.
As he's like,
Is that me in my picture?
hi, oh my god, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Why you asking? Can you ask me in my picture?
No, I'm just wondering if this was
Sir, I recognize that guy. No, that's me. It's me. It's actually me.
Aziz looks like a Somali pirate. What are you talking
No,
about?
that's not me in the picture. I need to clarify again. It's me. That's what she was asking you, Aziz. Yeah, I know, but Kitover obviously clearly misunderstood.
No, I didn't misunderstand. I know you don't look like that.
You look like your PTR.
why? But he's super intelligent.
So intelligent, he comes on here, he says the same shit for years.
This person, I recognize the face. It's the Frenchman who's hiding the Jew at the beginning of Inglourious Bastards.
Yes.
Yeah. He has very striking, half-open eyes. I think that's one of the greatest opening scenes. You know, I think Hans Lander is amazing in that movie as well. Just think that's such a powerful scene. You know what I mean? And it's all like you can see, you know, how polished Hans Lander is compared to the farmer, right? Who's actually the honourable man. Although he looks dirty, the farmer is an honourable man. Yeah, he's high. Yeah, of course he is. Okay.
Oh, they are all.
Mixed I got a trivia question for you, Mixed. On average daily, how many words does an average person say and listen to on average daily?
Both? That's a lot.
Listening to
Are
and
we saying separate words or in total?
Total.
I was gonna venture a guess on like how many they speak.
Yeah, saying and listening.
Both. That's a lot.
It's 2 to 1 surprisingly. So it's you say 1,500 words on average daily, and you listen to 3,000 words on average daily.
Yeah, so women.
That is way too small. There's no chance. There's no chance I'm listening to that people not work.
It could have been 15,000 and 30,000. I might have it wrong.
Yeah, if you said that, I would have been like, could we get up to 15,000 maybe? I was thinking tens of thousands.
No, John is right. 1,500 for men. This is Paul's clubhouse, right? 1,500 for men, 3,200 for women. Speaking, right? Listening, I don't know. Like this would be subtractive, I guess.
No, it's not. You can like they've calculated this and studied this.
It's literally a quantitative question.
My theory is that if we're saying say 1,500 words a day or 15,000, that's the average you need to get your dopamine creation. So it's better to just read a book and read, Sublime Wisdom and get your dopamine that way. Or listen to an audiobook as opposed to listening to the meanderings of useless conversations in a pit of despair known as Clownhouse. Hello?
You're looking at it backwards.
Why am I looking at it backwards? Because it's just the average dopamine. So why not?
No, what I mean is you're saying like you're seeking the reading because of the dopamine hit. So you're saying like, oh, I can get the dopamine hit faster if I just like read rather than listen.
No.
I'm saying you're looking at it backwards. The listening and speaking is the compulsion. The dopamine hit is how your body regulates that you do the thing you want to do, which is communicate with others.
No, what I'm saying is it's not about getting speed of delivery. It's basically why choose low quality dopamine, and that's what makes you a dope. Meaning, if you
Well, that's very good for having smart friends.
Well, all I'm saying is that it's better to listen to a book of you reading than it is to listen to people on here talking, because you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You get your dopamine.
See, that's where I say you're like putting the cart before the horse. We say kill two birds with one stone. Reading is not a methodology to kill conversations with others. Conversations with others is not a means to kill time privately within your own head. All three are part of the human experience.
No, you can pick and choose how you want to experience. I'm just merely stating that too much clown house is detritus. It's brain rot because
too much of everything. There's an old adage about the middle path.
Yeah. Too much of, yeah. But anyways, I think my theory still stands based on average number of words spoken and listened to, meaning that like if you were to try to experiment with it, your outcome would be exceptionally better than listening to conversations or engaging in conversations.
But why are we making the assumption that we only communicate for dopamine purposes? Maybe we have objectives, you know what I mean? And then the average that you've given, where is the study based on? It could vary culture to culture or region.
Well, it's just an
average.
average.
He has hit on the crux of the problem, is that you're taking an observation and you're trying to extrapolate based on that a good moral imperative for at least yourself and maybe others, but that presumes your goal. If you want the dopamine hit, you might have found a way to more effectively get that through this observation, and then you won't talk as much, you'll read more. That's a possibility.
I mean, I'm merely...
For you to presume that as a goal...
It's not a presumption. Just go back to college. I mean, just go back to your college experience. Like, I went to a military college. Well, I'm just saying that in college, if it's 1,500 and 3,000 words, in college you're mostly, reading and writing, and presenting. So, my comment is more about talk therapy being the dominant form of an antidepressant, and the dopamine from talking.
Okay, so here's a good theory for you. If talking and communication is a cure for depression, do you then posit, with the advent of ChatGPT, we will be able to neutralize depression through the effective communication of a robot?
No, but you have to run the script through your head. So poetry is the ultimate form of an NLP antidepressant.
ChatGPT can write poetry.
That's fine, but people aren't gonna write it to read poetry. They're gonna write it to read about.
The GPT's gonna write it.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if the user is trying to relieve their depressive symptoms, they need to generate poetry. They shouldn't generate, comments on.
The depressed guy should make poetry.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, get their writings before they stick their head in the oven, that kind of a thing.
I mean, depressed people make pretty good poetry. I will say that.
Is that true? Or is it that great poets are occasionally also depressed?
But it's the introspection that they have, that typically makes them depressed, man.
I mean, that's the thing. That's why I'm more like cynical of media and art consumption, thinking that I think anyone could create different pieces of art, and the merit of each is whatever kind of a narrative twist the creator puts on it. Like, great examples, Van Gogh, who couldn't sell any paintings, and then the woman who was stuck with all the paintings, wife of a benefactor of his, she was able to sell the paintings by writing down Van Gogh's impression of why he was making his paintings. Mm-hmm. Then they sell like gangbusters, because suddenly there's context. It's not just a weird picture of a starry night. It's his view from his insane cell while he's put away in the asylum. The context makes it more compelling. Mm-hmm. So the idea, this is a notion that people sometimes float, of the tortured artist, this idea that the beauty comes from the pain. We need him to have this tortured, debilitating life in order to experience the art that he expresses. Total bullshit, because he's a great artist. He could express any kind of a thing. You don't have to torture him so that he can teach you the art you'll discover through torture.
Well, did you hear they figured out the curse of Tutankhamun? Because all the Egyptologists were dying after they opened up the sarcophagus, Did you read that they?
Black mold.
No, it was actually just clickbait. It's all fake news. They were
I
just
read that.
they were just making up stories in the newspapers. Yeah,
That happens.
it's the publishing industry. So that's what we're.
That's why, like, meaning I'm a skeptical consumer of most media, because like there's always an angle. It takes time to develop like the facts and then just come to a conclusion where a person just sounds crazy for arguing with it, like the Earth is flat.
Well, every day, the news cycle essentially is like a forced meditation, and it just demands that like Gary Baumgarten's room, critical thinking forum, like, he'll say, "This is the topic I decided to choose. Now you can't complain about the topic." So that's just what the news cycle does. Every day
I
they
mean,
just.
media as a concept is like weird. The idea that like the majority of the world is going to devote time and energy to reporting what occurred yesterday.
Well, the attention economy is really just the publishing industry, which is the advertising industry, united, and the whole thing is just to get
I
as
mean,
many eyeballs.
advertising is a type of publishing, right? That's not like a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I worked in.
The reason advertising and media are identical is both of them are feeding the curiosity of man. What can I do if I trade some money? What's everyone else doing, regardless of the money?
Well, I don't miss financial analysis, like looking over stocks and comparing PEs and dividends. And I do not miss that. I like the world of books more than the world of financial analysis. And
Yeah, not everyone wants to study a dozen different companies from like a similar angle.
yeah, it's
And just imagine how boring it was before we could synthesize a ton of the information. Right? Meaning, all of those investors, this is the weird catch-22, like they're in it to make millions. We allow them to make millions, but the reason we're letting them go crazy gambling house to make their millions is because then they become the best reporters on what's going on.
Have you signed up for a Polymarket yet?
I didn't sign up for it. Like I looked at it every once in a while.
So download the app. Well, download the app because it's really interesting. Like
they tell you to like make bets on what will happen in current events, right?
Yeah, but it's beta, so you can't even get into it yet. But it will be an interesting place to observe.
But it's the same principle, and I've always I actually floated an idea like Polymarket before, just like a truth determiner.
It's a prop bet marketplace, yeah.
Yeah, it's prop bet, but as a result, you get reliable answers to questions.
Right. I mean,
more reliable than just like whatever spin is being published into your little bubble.
Right.
You get like, oh, apparently everyone that's willing to put money on it and is aware of this bet is betting like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's valuable information.
Yeah. I mean, you can publish, a lot of news just on what Polymarket is telling you because it's its own platform of like proprietary.
Yeah, it has a super reliability above like polling.
Yeah. I don't know. I signed up for it.
Which is the whole fucking point of the stock market. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're there so that some like idiot that has $20 and wants to turn it into 3,000 is gonna research the back pages of some company to prove that they're doing something wrong, so that he can make money. And then like we get to know this deep information that only the crazy guy with $20 in his pocket is ever gonna figure out. But nowadays, like we've gone beyond that. Our ability to investigate and report on ourselves is very, very high.
Well, Epstein in the Bannon interview, he's like, so you made all your money from derivatives. He's like, yeah, derivatives. Didn't go into anything specific about it, but Polymarket is, if it's a prop bet marketplace, it's basically a derivatives marketplace. And so, it could be a huge marketplace because you could trade in there off the stock market. Is this stock going to go up and down in this price?
It's going to be like, more Wild Westy because it doesn't have all the regulations, all of the controls of the SEC. You're really just in one guy's playground. As opposed to the beauty of the exchange, which has like all of the companies, like different companies from different styles of organization, submitting to some regulatory regime a standardized production of information, and then you can freely float between all of them as if they were dollar bills. That's like an amazing thing to do.
Well, so every time a new marketplace, online exchange opens, there's always room for arbitrage and for finding holes and loopholes and using automation and macros. Yeah. So
that's why we give the rewards to the traders. They can find those loopholes.
Right. Yeah. I'm just excited and interested in it. It's because I've done arbitrage with Google Ads in the past. I'll spend $1,000 a day and I'll generate $3,000 a day in ad revenue, and it's just unbelievable. Right. When you can figure out an arbitrage and you're just like, God, I can't. Every day it just makes money. And you're like, inconsistently, it's just like
it's literally an exploit.
Yeah.
And the exploitation is there to bring attention to it.
Yeah, somebody beat me once when I found an exploit. Somebody even made it dumber than what I was. I was making it dynamic, and they just dumbed it down and just said, "Click here, free ringtone now." Right. Made the messaging even dumber, and they ended up being able to beat me in the marketplace, and they took away all the impressions I was generating.
Just like GameStop, you can't beat the idiots. What he considered to be an abusive practice of overbearing short sellers.
Mm-hmm.
And he squeezed them. He squeezed them with the proletariat. He drummed up the masses and said, "Remember GameStop? We went there to the mall. It was wonderful. Buy GameStop." And he destroyed them. It was amazing. They shouldn't have even stopped it. They should have let it go to the moon.
Well, I've had positions where the broker will close me out of my position, and I'm just like, they do things in your, I found it can get very frustrating now with a lot of rules and regulations and things that go on that you really don't have a choice in the matter, and to me that's like ridiculous. I mean, if all I've got is 20,000 in a brokerage, and now they're going to restrict my trading and call it pattern day trading and shit. It's like, what the fuck? That's the whole point. It's to sit here and try to do this. I mean, and you're restricting my trading.
It costs money. It genuinely costs money to verify and execute any of the trade requests you put in.
Yeah, but they're selling that data and the.
Yeah, they're making money off of it on the back end, but it also does take money they have to charge you, and each trade matters. And if you were a day trader doing like a dozen trades a day, that's extremely expensive, and you're likely not making as much money as if you were to just sit down and hold it like a regular person, which is why they discourage it. There are other platforms that contribute to day trading, where like each trade is, measured to the exact cent, but they don't. That's not how Robinhood operates. They've got a different kind of
Robinhood's different
platforms. Yeah, so just like use one that's designed for that if you want to be a day trader.
I mean, I don't want to day trade anymore. I'm just saying that I'm giving up. It's just
yeah. It's a gambling house. Like, what do you think's gonna happen?
Well, the interesting part is the psychological, part where the emotions come into play, and
because you're playing with yourself, just like gambling.
You're playing with yourself, but other people are also playing with themselves, and it's all relative.
That's gambling. It's all gambling myself. Yep, it's all gambling.
Well,
no, I'm not gambling, but I'm playing with myself. That's gross. Keep it to yourself.
People think their stocks, are worth a hell of a lot more than they really are, and the fact is, the bonds, as you work in debt, so the bondholders are always guaranteed, prior to these preferred and shareholders. So it's like when the crisis comes, like it did with the COVID-19 virus, and Uber and Lyft and all these companies just
They're
plunging
not all have their own
80%.
kinds of risks.
I know, but they're first in line in the bankruptcy.
What do you think about Alphabet's 100-year bond they was just introduced? What do you think of that?
Google offered a 100-year bond?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yesterday.
At what rate?
Yeah. Not entirely sure. I didn't look too deep into it, but I still was quite interested.
I mean, they're probably offering it like 2%, 2.5, 3%.
They're not the only one that offers 100-year bonds. There are a lot of particularly old companies.
Yeah, it's typically older companies. I mean, Google's what, 35 years old.
Google's a young company, you're right. It's a big. But like, to be fair, Google did conquer the whole damn world, and we need it every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean,
Like if anyone's gonna.
But I mean, there's a lot of sort of movers and shakers, you know, especially like, for example, all of the software companies that have been rocked by the announcement. I think for Anthropic, where they're talking about they've rocked the market, Salesforce, and all of these other software companies, CrowdStrike have been hit. So you never know when it comes to sort of tech companies. It's not exactly a raw material. I know obviously they are ingrained themselves and they do so much for the infrastructure, but there can be seismic events. You know what I mean? So it's strange. It's an interesting case study.
Are they doing the 40-year, 50-year mortgages yet with Fannie Mae, Freddie?
I don't know what they do with the mortgages.
We should probably leave the mortgages alone, you know.
Well, Fannie Mae, Trump has touted Fannie Mae as being a success because they wanted to privatize it and dump it, but because they held on to it and because they've inflated the currency supply even more, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac have like come out on top with hundreds of billions in profit. So it's worked out, but I was just wondering if they did the 50-year.
I'm pretty much team debt forgiveness. I just know it's a matter of time before Americans vote their debt gone.
Mm-hmm.
How disruptive do you think, you see the rise of AI and how ingrained it will be? Because obviously the big players, the banks, will be at the forefront. They will ingratiate. They will make sure that they're undeniably the infrastructure, right? And so that's got to eat up at least like 35-40% of the market. And that's probably a conservative estimate. What happens to the workforce, when you can automate? What becomes of the world? What happens?
I mean, that's a big question. You're basically asking a second industrial revolution kind of question.
Yeah, but it's just spam. See, Aziz, nothing happens. There's nothing new under the sun, and there will never be anything new under the sun. And that's why guys like Elon Musk are so full of shit. And when they talk about setting up, automated moon cities and how the U.S. government is going to go broke, motherfucker, the government's already broke. It's just a question of, relativity and context. So it's hilarious. Yeah.
Well, I don't think debt for a country is not being broke. It's like a promise of prosperity one day. It's just not the worst thing in the world for a country to be in debt.
No, they could. When Nixon.
You have to look at the rate of debt accumulation in America. Yeah. We're pushing trillions. We're publishing trillions of new debt each year.
The fact of the matter is that, it's a miracle that it can even continue happening because the world essentially it's being forced.
It's not a miracle because here's the thing that Keynesians and Marxists get wrong. There is value at the end of the dollar, and at the end of any kind of currency, any imagined asset used for trading a rock, a cow, a chicken, bacon. The dollar bill, it boils down to some true meaning.
Yeah.
In the case of the dollar bill, it's the United States Army. And the fact of the matter is, that is an infinite power source on this planet.
No. In terms of not eating the menu and actually eating the entree, the assets, which really the 200 trillion in real estate, because it's unfathomable when you think about how many dollars are actually sitting in bank vaults, sitting in bank drawers, and then all the equities. If we were to liquidate all the equities, all the bonds, it would be, let's say it's $800 trillion. There's so much fucking capital just sitting out there that it'll never get spent because it's impossible to spend it because there's not even enough shit to buy with it, let alone efficiently invest it for any kind of yield. So it's just mind blowing when you realize
I mean,
that.
there isn't enough to buy. Of course, there's enough to buy.
No, I'm meaning that like if like I know you've probably never had.
There's always a new product.
I get it, but have you ever seen Brewster's Millions?
Yes.
The movie. So it ends up.
Do you know that it was based off of I think a play and an earlier black and white movie? I think.
Well, it was a funny movie, but it shows how difficult it is to actually spend large quantities of money, let alone efficiently for yield purposes. Because he didn't want to yield on any of his purchases, and it just shows you how difficult.
You know what? One second. Ask ChatGPT to consider the Brewster's dilemma. The Brewster's. Ask ChatGPT what innovative, effective solutions it would utilize to be in the correct position on the 30th day based on the terms of Brewster's Millions. But let's say, by the way, I love the stamp thing. You could have just done the stamp thing. You could have just maxed that out. That would have been done, right? It doesn't letters at the end.
I have a question. What if America was to like liquidate its assets, right? Like a run on the bank to try and pay off all of it?
What assets? American assets?
All of it, whatever it has. You know.
What do you mean liquidate? Liquidate what?
Well,
the United States is not. The United States is not liquid. The United States is the creator of water.
Right. Exactly. But what I'm saying.
Right. It's not a question of like how much cash we have on hand. It's a question of how much cash do we say exists.
Yeah. What I'm saying is like how much liquid. Obviously, they created probably poor choice of words, but I mean, how much?
Meaning, if you have $1 in your pocket, America can declare, like the penny, that it is currently worthless, and that is within our power.
Aziz, for example, I created. Aziz, hold on. Point of order. I created a Sora AI video claiming that I created an app that can create free money on your cell phone. And so that's essentially the same thing. That's what the Federal Reserve does. They just create it in a database, send it over to BlackRock, and BlackRock buys up toxic assets with the wire transfer that the Federal Reserve sent over. So we do have that unique ability. Federal Reserve Chairman says we don't give fiscal advice and we don't want monetary advice. So they do operate, they say they just plug in the congressional numbers into their models and then they go ahead and they make purchases.
There's a lot of reasons for that. The main reason is that the fact is the money, how it's used, what its value is, how much of it there is, that is completely constitutionally, legally, fully under our control. We can do whatever we want. We can make as many dollars or as few dollars as we please. We collectively have determined, after a few bank crises and the politicking of J.P. Morgan, that it was best to have the principles very clearly laid out, to have all of the people that are in the bank vetted, and have all of their moves targeted and public, right? That's the Federal Reserve System. And then ideas with money, if we just open that door. And we decided around 1913 to close that door and leave it locked with a Federal Reserve holding peak.
Big Sad, I got a question for you. So BlackRock's CEO says he wants everything on the ledger, everything, total integration of every platform, basically a CBD system. But I started laughing because I'm thinking you know what the real reason is? It's because he wants the lawyers to be able to get what they can't get. He wants one unified system. So there is no more, when you go to seize and garnish and wait and get those ads, that you can't get, you see what I'm saying? They want a system.
He wants to buy this space.
They want to
You
give.
have to realize these people, think of Bloomberg, J.P. Morgan, any of these people existed and gained power because of an endless pursuit of information.
Yeah.
And closing all of the gaps in information, having the tightest channels of information transmission and recording.
Mm-hmm.
The internet is their dream, and it's close. It's not surprising that any of these world powers that are cutting all of the angles to get the close
closest, tightest, truest communication for their own personal benefit, because like they make money off of it. They want all of the barriers removed. They want a simple yes or no answer from the machine in front of them that they can exploit, like they have with everything else.
Well, there's a black market economy that they're not tapping into. And that's what I think that they want to try to eliminate, where you will not be able to operate black market pools because everything is on this one unified ledger.
Well, everything's going to be ultimately tokenized, right? And then Larry Fink, nationalism, any form of nationalism is like a barrier to entry for him. You know what I mean? He wants to be able to trade with ideally no sanctions and no tariffs, right? Because that would mean that he can essentially he is the global powerhouse. He wants everything to flow as freely and frictionless as possible. And so if you can tokenize assets, you can essentially buy a random road in Ohio, living halfway around the world, right? As long as your tax base is low, and he'll be a beneficiary of that concept. So that's what he.
Yeah, I mean, what you would probably do is sell roads and like the rights to tollings at different places, and then the government, being the government, takes some of it and then gives you some share, and then like obligates you to share in some of the maintenance of the road that is stay up to code. They'll penalize you and say, oh, well, you didn't do this, so you lose that. Right? Meaning, whenever you're trading in dollars, you're playing America's game. You're in America's monopoly board. Every time you're using our monopoly money.
Do you know what BlackRock's asset management platform is called? It's called Aladdin or Aladdin. And it is the largest asset management platform on the planet. I think it's over 15 trillion, I believe. But the thing, I read this FT article during the COVID-19 pandemic about how the Federal Reserve wires them the money, and they don't take that money and buy anything great with it. They buy the toxic assets that they already hold. So, like, that's my question is that really how taxpayers and Congress should be spending money to buy distressed assets to prop up the market because it's about to collapse?
Maintain the facade, right? Ultimately, it's a facade, right? But like Einstein said, reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. So that's essentially what the markets are, right?
It's not a facade per se. I mean, it's look at the Zimbabwe $1 trillion note.
Well, that's what Einstein said. Einstein said reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one.
Yeah, I feel like not enough people called Einstein out on his shit. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? A persistent delusion? Then what's real? Well, one second. Quick question. If reality is simply a persistent delusion, what's real?
Well, I'll tell you why it's an illusion, right? Right now, you have this piece of grey matter in your brain, which has managed to use numerous synapses together.
I thought that's just a persistent delusion.
Aziz, hold on a second. Aziz, you gotta understand the terminology.
Listen, it's fine. You want to say my brain, the gray matter is a persistent illusion. That's fine. Question is, what is real then?
Well, I'll tell you. If I can just answer that, right?
Yeah.
So our perception, right? Like what we hear and what we see are not conjoined. What we feel and what we smell are not conjoined. None of these things are conjoined. They are separate synapses. Our brain is essentially observing, right?
You got 30 seconds, Aziz. 30 seconds to land your plane.
So this little great piece of matter in our brain is doing a great job of fusing those synapses together to create what we perceive as a reality. And then, and so that is what he is referring to as an illusion, because there is no seamless nature.
Okay, you got 10 seconds.
There's no fabric that weaves these synapses together. We are essentially weaving these synapses together.
Okay, this is the question. Aziz, this is my question for you. Give me the definition of what a confidence game is and what a Ponzi scheme is.
They're pretty similar.
Okay, so what are they?
No, that's not true.
Well, I mean,
a Ponzi scheme is a type of confidence.
Yeah, exactly. One is the other, and one, yeah.
Confidence in general is tricky to characterize as a crime because in reality, through lying and manipulation, the person voluntarily gives the money.
But then again, like
no. It's everyone
like looking at it will say, oh, that's like a crime, that's a steal, and you can see it does in films where it looks like, oh, the guy's really screwing the guy over. But in the end, legalistically, that's a very big line when the person decides to hand over $1 million to a stranger and then feels that that person betrayed him or lied to him in some way.
Well, so if there was a pretense.
But that's the con. The con is to get a guy to be happy to give you $1 million.
Well, the con is the moment that the promises cannot be fulfilled. You know, the initial.
No. The con comes from the confidence. The person who gains the confidence of a victim of the con game, he gains the confidence and then gets money in exchange for it. Right? The confidence he gave over gets $1 million to him, and then that's sort of the end of the game, and that's why he has to stay with it. But that's why Ponzi schemes are a subgroup. Confidence is a broader category involving a lot of tricks and scams and magic tricks. But the Ponzi scheme is one particular way to gain confidence, accept a lot of money, and then not actually follow through on what was promised.
The dollar is a
Madoff is a great example. Ponzi was obviously the first where they charted it and really came down with the mechanics of it.
What do you think about the dollar being a Ponzi scheme? I think the dollar is a Ponzi scheme, right?
The dollar is not a Ponzi scheme at all.
Well, I think
The value of the dollar?
right. Throughout the history of the dollar, you have these moments where, like, wow, this is the golden age, we're doing so well economically, blah, 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 blah. And once you have, like, this crash, right? Because, you know, whatever it may be, is it derivatives, is it this, is it that, whatever it is, who cares, right? And the what happens is the people that are the beneficiaries of the system, what they do is they transition the dollar value into other assets, right? And so when the crash happens, they're not in the dollar anymore. So it's almost like what Bernie Madoff does. He's kind of like, you're all beneficiaries of my system. What are you complaining about? Until, you know, it's the house of cards nearly falls, but then he has other assets. It's not that the Ponzi scheme falls that Madoff still has any extractable value from the scheme anymore. He's already extracted the value, put it into other assets. Now the scheme falls. And so the dollar is similar, where it keeps going up and it goes down, goes up and goes down, and you're wise to, you know, along the way purchase assets other than the dollar in the meantime, between time, that hedge you against the inevitable failure of the dollar. So that's like a Ponzi scheme.
Okay, I'll explain why the dollar is not a Ponzi scheme, and I'll unpack a little bit the mechanics of the Ponzi scheme. The dollar is not a Ponzi scheme because the value of the dollar terminates in the good faith and credit of the United States. If you don't think that America can do whatever the fuck it wants on the face of the earth, then the value of the dollar would go down. If you do think America can do whatever the fuck they want on the face of this earth, the value of the dollar will go up. That's a simple rubric because that is the actual basis of value for the dollar. The only reason we would rely upon it in currency is if the United States is there to value and prove all of its principles about the dollar that it publishes every day. As a result, America is the deciding concluder. And then it's a question of your sense of American politics or the American military. If you think the American military is worthless, then the politics and their principles don't matter as much. If they do have a very powerful military and they can defend their values and employ them across the entire world, then it just becomes a political question as to what is that country interested in doing.
You know what the two
And that changes from day to day.
the two defining.
That being said,
Okay, go ahead.
all of that is to say that America controls the dollar and has actual value behind it. A Ponzi scheme, by contrast, is a confidence man, a salesman, a person that can express a particular value proposition of making money. Actually, Jordan Belfort is perfect, right? The Wolf of Wall Street, he could have been a Ponzi scheme. In different times, like, he wasn't doing that. He was doing, like, actual brokeraging, but in these, like, crazy ways with the cash and all the other crimes that he was doing. But he didn't do a Ponzi scheme. But he was the type of person that can pull off a Ponzi scheme. He can craft a simple script that is persuasive to the general person to invest $1,000 in him to receive back $10 a month for the rest of your life, let's say. Right? And that feels like a win if you trust that he'll pay the $10.
And how does he fund the $10 that he pays back everyone? Well, he just got 1,000 interested participants paying him $1,000 each. That puts him at $1 million. So then spending $10 a month is simply overhead based upon the 1,000 people. He has to pay 10 times 1,000 every month. That's 10,000, and he has $1 million in his bank. And he also has a story of how more people can sign up. It's considered a pure. But what he's selling is the story. Every time he tells the story to new people, they sign up and they get their $10 in the month, and then word of his great investing spreads, and he can get more people signing up, which is also how Bernie Madoff was able to do it when he started to break it, and then he couldn't stop. Because once you get into the Ponzi mode, that circle becomes a black hole. You have to keep providing and chasing the losses you never reported, in the case of Madoff. But that's not America, because America isn't doing a song and dance as to what their dollar is, inviting more investors so that they can pay out with the dollars. They declare what the dollar is. It is that, and you either use it or you don't.
Well, it's a little confidence. Okay, what I will say, I hear your point. I can see your point. But what I will say is like a Ponzi scheme is to checkers what the US dollar is to chess. You know what I mean? It's like the infant form of it. Obviously, it's a living, breathing thing. It's not just a product.
We don't pay out anything to the people that hold the dollars. We don't give them anything. We don't promise them anything other than the paper in their hands.
Well, it's confidence based, right? To buy.
It's not confidence. That's reality.
Well,
the dollars exist. They are real. I can use them as legal tender around the world.
Right. Well, this is why I said it's chess and checkers. I mean, Bernie Madoff could have made like a timeshare equivalent with his, and made something of it and made an economy through his scheme, and then that.
No, but the interesting thing is, listen, you might say that it's like not a good reality. We don't want to acknowledge the existence of the dollar. You'd be wrong, because like the stupid tokenization of it, declaring that it is a certain way, demanding that that be true, arguing it, proving it, having your own army to defend all of those principles makes it real. It is now real. Just like, here's the other crazy thing, fucking Bitcoin is also real.
Well, it's real in the sense that,
you get that? Because since it is actually limited, that makes it anchored in reality, and it's constrained legally and in all ways for people to understand it, that gives it true existence.
Well, like I said, it's real in the sense of, if I ask you when you were born, and you tell me April the 17th, and I figure out in my mind,
which calendar?
Well, I'm just saying, in my mind, you're a Sagittarius.
Which year? Which month? Based off of which ancient god's name?
But it doesn't matter. I think you're a Sagittarius.
is not the size of a baseball. I believe in the power of hope. And from the very first visit at St. Jude, it was about hope and love. Because you go in expecting the worst.
You can join the battle to say day. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
For these children to cope with their moment, then it's time.
Bet those weight loss meds ain't FDA approved.
Smells like snake oil to me. Horse, this here's the real deal. Yeehaw.
Weight loss plans for $39 per month plus med costs. Check with RX.
Steven, this credit improvements accessory by Credit Karma is stunning.
Oh yeah, it's an elegant way to show you've used Credit Karma to learn about the factors affecting your credit and how to get your scores from there to there. Download Intuit Credit Karma for free and start success.
GLP-1s for weight loss, but worried about high costs and hidden markups? GoodRx now offers monthly GLP-1 subscriptions. Always know what you'll pay upfront. No surprise prices, no hidden fees. And for a limited time, Wegovy for only $1.99 a month for your first 2 pills, plus the cost of your subscription. Get started today. Get ready to relax with stress-free banking at Credit Karma.
Feel the tension melt away with a checking account that's 100% freedom. And experience the pure euphoria that only a high-yield savings account can deliver.
Start your financial self-care routine with Intuit Credit Karma today. Capacity building practices. Capacity grows through repetition, not performance. Slow breathing with longer exhale teaches the nervous system that activation micro pauses throughout the day interrupt unconscious exploration. Truth sentences recalibrate perception. When distortion arises, simple phrases like, I can hold this sensation, or I'm safe in this moment, give the nervous system new instructions. Boundary clarity protects energy. Saying no is not rejection of life. It is structural integrity. This is not training, not optimization. You are not trying to become impressive. You are becoming durable. Each small act of regulation widens your internal architecture. not an obstacle to awakening. It is the instrument through which awakening becomes lived reality. Sensation is not desire expands faster than capacity. This is why people can manifest opportunity and then feel overwhelmed by it. Success does not remove Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Integration is already happening beneath conscious effort. Anchor this gently It looks like tenderness that does not erase strength. It looks like humility that does not collapse authority. Many people believe they must existing in the eternal now. The present moment is not a narrow slice of time. It is the only place where memory and possibility intersect. Your nervous system carries experiences. Certainty feels like safety. Paradox is not confusion. When you know paradox, present moment is not a narrow slice of time. It is the only place where memory and possibility intersect. Your nervous system carries the past. Your imagination hours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply. Life is structured around polarities that only appear contradictory when forced into absolutes. You want connection and looks like tenderness that does not erase strength. It looks like humility that does not collapse authority. Many people believe they must choose Integrating opposites with wisdom. Life is structured around polarities that only appear contradictory when forced into absolutes.
goes the House majority for Republicans. Let me say that again, because there are many people on here talking about the landslide victory of Trump and the Republicans, etc. I just want people to understand where we are. Neil Dunn is planning to announce an early retirement next week. He's already announced he's not going to be, he's announcing for re-election. Because there are 3 vacant seats. Once he's gone, that means Republicans cannot pass any bill without a Democrat or more. Let me say that one more time for people in the back who thought the 2024 election was a landslide. Before the midterms, if the man retires, they will not have a majority to pass a bill.
Can I ask a stupid question? Then I probably said it was a stupid question, so you can call it stupid after asking. I did that already. Doesn't that just open up the seat for a new Republican candidate?
Yeah, but they won't have the election until, if he announces next week, it'd probably be like 3 months before they have another election.
So that goes on a 3-month window with that. Gotcha.
I think it's important. There are people who believe 2024 was a landslide victory for Donald Trump and the Republicans. By midterms, they'll have a moment where they didn't have a majority. One mic on how the country is MAGA and how the Republicans are winning and Democrats are winning again. One mic on everybody who said that.
The further your point goes, they said this is part of a, I'm looking at it right now, this is part of a larger trend where a lot of Republicans are announcing retirement because of the way the midterms are going to play out.
There are 30. I think it's at least 30 Republicans who are running for re-election.
Now that is going to be impactful.
Hey, Gemini, that photo fucked your boy up. He told me about it yesterday. I have to talk to you about that later. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Now, in my announcement,
The
I
fire.
said if he does. I said if. These are reports. I said if he does. So if he doesn't at the end of next week, you don't say, oh, you got to know. I said if he does. The point still stands. They have a 1-vote majority. They lost the vote last night or 2 nights ago. But these will be no reconciliation bill passed. There's currently a back and forth now between reporters and a staff member. The reporter is doubling and tripling down, saying it's over. This sounds like a health thing. The man is 72. If the reporter is doubling and tripling down, it's not like he's going by the reporter's credibility is on the line. Staffers can say, oh, we're going to be here until whatever. That's what staffers do. But I'm looking at the tweets back and forth now. Yeah, they're saying that there's going to be a special election in the summer. That's what I just said. Yeah, it's going to be, the guy is, I didn't even see this tweet. Now I'm seeing it. And it's going to be health related. That's what. The guy for the local
newspaper in his district is suggesting it's COVID. Oh boy. Oh, that was fake.
Did y'all hear about the royalty today?
One second. Talking about a particular race. 1 second. So, I would put it at 217, I believe. So the specials would be New Jersey 11, which is Democrat. It would be Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is Republican. Matt Goliath, there's a third one that's out. I can't remember what the third. There's a third seat, which I'm blanking on. I can't remember what it is. But if Democrats were somehow able to win Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, you would have Speaker Jeffries by the midterms. That's what this means. Huh? If somehow they were able to flip this seat, which is a Trump plus 20, I think, you would have Speaker Jeffries by the. I'm sorry, Butter.
Pardon me.
Okay. What were you saying?
This is the 3. Okay.
I was laughing at you, man. That shit just looks amazing.
Oh, I got it from Dick Gregory.
It's just my guess.
I might agree with Dick Gregory. I'm not sure I'll read his memoir. It's called The Nigga.
She's totally bailed. Not only is she bailed, she's
It would be Speaker Jeffries. So that's the breaking news. Go ahead, Monica. What do you think?
a gubernatorial candidate dropped out of the race. His 22-year-old daughter was found stabbed to death, and her husband with lightning root stab wound also. The police husband did it. He's recovering in the hospital.
Okay, yesterday, sounds like apparently this candidate dropped, I think that's just going to drop out of the race. I was just going to say, Ben, when you had your breaking news, I didn't realize Republicans got COVID. They're so anti-vax. Why? Go figure.
Stabbed himself enough.
I think it's like, I remember who said it takes a lot to be able to stab yourself in that way. But it's so young. What'd you say, Moose? I was just saying, anyone else just come from I said, hello?
It's better now, Gemini.
Got you. I said, I think I remember Moose saying yesterday something about it takes a lot to be able to stab yourself in that manner. Just goes against nature. When we were discussing this, I'm pretty sure we discussed this yesterday. How you doing, Miss Lisa?
Hey, I'm fine. How you doing today?
Bless. Hopefully we don't get as much rain as they say we're going to get.
I know. I just washed my car, and in LA, the rain is enough to piss you the fuck off because you washed your car one day, and here come a couple of drizzles, and then you gotta go right back to the car wash.
Not too much on rain. It'll be
kids out there in that hallway, so I ran over here to at least get some kind of intellect.
I agree. That's one thing I appreciate about the film. I could actually learn something. I could actually get some insight on different aspects of bullshit. Bullshit. It happens. It happens. So what happens, brother?
Concrete.
He's a contrarian. No matter what's being said, he has to find a way to take the opposite side. He's the rules resident intentional contrarian that does it for fun. He doesn't do it for any true belief that he doesn't have a belief system that doesn't exist. He does it just for the sport. Like, he's here for the sport. This Lisa is your nephew. Is he family?
Yep.
That's what shot me. This nigga shot me like 5 times yesterday. From no damn reason. And the vote came. Who initiated the vote? I initiated the vote, but that's what happened. It was a democratic process, sir. The room collectively felt that you were not contributing to the stage, that you were being disruptive, and that you were impeding the conversation.
You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does the Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
What the fuck?
Is that falling on a story to avoid her getting potentially fired? Like getting thrown under the bus? Wow.
She is waiting for Trump, and we expect her to hold him accountable on any level ever. No. Here it is.
The sad part is they got a whole group of the thing that sit right behind it too.
So
Oh, wow.
I'll put the link for people to actually watch. Victor's sitting right behind her. Yeah, Victor's sitting behind her, but even more importantly, when she's reading off like the S&P and the Dow, she's actually picking up from a paper, from the script. So she had
This is pre-planned, pre-orchestrated. She really had these talking points outlined before she came here, and there's nothing to do. Like, what are we talking? We don't need to talk about children being harmed by the president. We don't need to talk about his name being mentioned 38,000 times in these documents. Look at the S&P. Look at the Dow. That's what's important.
Apparently,
I heard he's winning over 1 million times. Is it over 1 million? Because I heard over.
He's mentioned, he's mentioned more than Jesus in the Bible.
Yeah, it's 1 million times.
If he's at this point,
Apparently, I wasn't the only one laughing because you don't feel second person laughing at her.
She looked like she was about to cuss Jamie Raskin down.
and the craziest part to me is the passion in her voice for the avoidance rather than the passion for finding and prosecuting these fucking pedophiles. She's passionate about, you need to look at the S&P. The fuck are we doing here? That's victim stuff. They wanted it. That 2-year-old thought she was sexy. She enticed him. But I do think there's a lot of fucking weirdos that want to look at these pictures for self-gratification. I think a lot of them are looking up this shit and like, oh, this is horrible. And they're getting some weird form of joy. And that's why they're pursuing the unredacted aspect of these pictures. They want to see that shit for themselves. I want to see the names. Who said what to who? The names. Why
see the email between Trump's and Epstein's lawyers that they redacted completely.
No, what's the content?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say because it's entirely redactions from 2009. We know title was Trump, but I think that they were talking. I think I was watching Midas Touch and they were talking about it. Saying that it would regarding Stephen being a member of Mar-a-Lago and saying that he had never actually been kicked out.
But they found a way to get around the redacted stuff. What happened with the stuff that they were able to unredact, for lack of a better word?
Well, the unredactions was from the first release. Now the unredaction are like converting the hyperlink into MP4 format and things like that. But people are still finding that those videos, even though they are redacted, which means that they should be the full and original video. When people are unredacting them, they still find redactions within the actual videos themselves. So they still censor it to unredacted. This one.
That seems to be like I've seen a lot of exit interviews from the people that were supposed to go view the unredacted files, version of the files. So you keep seeing like they're still heavily redacted, not just redacted, but heavily redacted. And that just seems six individuals that say they're being protected more than the victims because the victims' names are not redacted. But these six individuals are heavily redacted every time you see it.
Okay. See that email that I was talking about, the unredacted version. It says that Epstein's lawyers synopsized and quoted Trump as saying that Jeffrey Epstein was not a member of his club at Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and he had never been asked to leave. And that was redacted for some indeterminate historical reason lasting until they see this.
Got it. So he's not a member, but a guest, which means you still have all the same access. So this is like off the record. We can still be cool, but on record, I have to make it look a certain way, optics.
Yeah. So although Monica was just in here saying that he did get kicked out when he was a member, but apparently Trump's lawyers don't seem to agree with her.
Hello. Yeah, you want a little piece of breaking news? I usually like making sure I have two sources, but this is about the El Paso thing.
Break it, man. Break it. Yeah.
It's actually pretty funny, so I hope this is confirmed. It is from Aaron Burness. I was like in two sources, but
We have some big news right now about the El Paso airspace closure. You want to know what caused the airspace closure? Hitting down a party balloon that, according to latest reporting from Jennifer J. The Trump administration has been claiming that it was Mexican cartels sending drones across the border. That's not true. It actually stems from a couple things. First, disagreements over drone-related tests. And the second was shooting down what appeared to be a party balloon. They thought it was a foreign drone. It was just a party balloon. And last night, they decided to close the airspace without telling the White House, the Pentagon, or Homeland Security officials. Absolute chaos. So they literally shot down a party balloon thinking it was a Mexican cartel drone. Pam Bondi under oath today. The Judiciary Committee claimed that it was a Mexican cartel drone. It was not. Had nothing to do with the Mexican cartels at all. And as a result, caused panic for several hours this morning after they tried to shut down the airspace for 10 days. Pretty crazy stuff.
Incompetent.
Hello? Incompetent.
this is the worst administration in the history of administrations.
Pam Bondi is the worst of the worst, bro. Like, she's really the worst. And that makes a lot of sense why it went from it's going to be 10 days of the airspace being restricted to a few
the same one?
If that's accurate, which we don't know yet, appreciate you sharing that, Spiritus. If that's accurate, that's crazy because their depiction of it is so dramatically different. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it also makes me actually very concerned that, I mean, they don't have their shit together, so if something actually does happen, like terrorists or whatever, that they won't be able to handle it correctly.
I mean, more likely than not, they'll just let whatever attack happen to justify waging war overseas. That'd probably be big business in that prospect. So what's a few American lives to all the money that you could make war hawking? Sacrifices must be made, sir. What I would do is disguise my drone as a party balloon. Therefore, I can fly under. How do you guys feel about the whole Lundin thing and like him hiring the nanny for Epstein and being his neighbor for years, going to his house after lying about it?
Oh, you mean and then taking his children to Epstein Island?
Yeah. Like,
I mean, I don't know why he's still around. Like a normal administration, the guy would resign, would be forced to resign, whatever it is, starting impeachment, whatever it is, but
did he commit a crime though? Yeah, that's the problem that Spiritus doesn't acknowledge. He didn't commit a crime. He actually called the cops on Epstein. But Spiritus doesn't want to mention that. So he just want to give you a vague.
Hey, sweetie pie, settle down. I'm talking about Lutnick. I'm talking about Lutnick, not Trump.
You know I gotta defend my boy. So thank you for clarifying that, bro. Yeah, you can stop deep throwing. Ain't nobody deep throwing. I'm not for this guy. Just ask my girl, bro. You little Trump, I'm not gonna let them do that to you. I'm not. It's impossible to deep throw Trump. It's not that big. So I mean, hey, yo, it's a cult, man. It's a cult. He's giving Trump penis kisses. That's nah. There's no deep throating happening. Little Trump. Here we go. Yeah, because Gemini's obsessed with his penis size. He's looking at like a clit. Right, exactly. Man with big dick. I was trying to help you, brother. Like, I appreciate it, but I'm not trying to help you here. How many muscles you have? I'll slap the dog shit out of you. Okay, I'm scared of that. I don't want any physical violence on that. Well, respect me as a man, and I respect you as a man. I don't, sir. I don't respect you. Sir. You're good people. Sir. Don't talk about muscles. Don't talk about muscles. What the fuck? You talking about muscles, nigga? Sir, I didn't say anything. This is why they always gotta kick me out. Because I'm too powerful for you. Sir. That's why they respect me in here. They always kick me out because they know they fuck with me. Sir, can I speak, sir? Sir, you disrespecting me, sir? Nobody said anything about muscles. Nobody said anything about muscles. You're talking about the biggest muscle on the human body? I'm a peaceful man, sir. I don't like physical violence. Go with your wife, go with your children, and leave other people alone who don't care about you or your family. We don't care. We don't give a fuck about your family. We don't care. We don't care about your now sit the fuck down, you bitch ass nigga. I'll fuck you up. What the fuck you talking to, bro?
Yeah, please.
Can come out, V? Alright, to get that off.
How can he still defend Trump? Like, that's I guess
it's their identity. That's all. They have nothing else to stand on. So it's they have to be so.
If they come off your axis so tough for people, the iron is incredible.
My side of the house with the Prime Minister.
What are you doing, Jay? What are you doing? Hey, please, if you
answer. All right. Thank you. That helps.
When he was leader of the opposition, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I never turn on my staff. When they make mistakes, I carry the cap." What changed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've accepted responsibility, apologised for the mistakes that I made. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Sweden helped me change our party. Helped me win a landslide election victory. Mr. Labour President, the smallest Tory party in over 100 years. What's our great achievement? To make it even smaller.
We've done a great job today. This is like 37. No, he said, yeah, exactly. We've done a great job today. Getting them cheering. We all know that they've been sick for the last week. Because let's remember, Mr. Speaker, just last week, he told us that he had full confidence in his chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney. On Sunday, he sacked Morgan McSweeney. Last week, he resigned. Last week, Mr. Speaker, he was defending the cabinet secretary. Now, he is sacking him. What changed?
Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in January she said she had full confidence. 100% confidence, she said, in no more defections from her party.
So he's had two of his people resign in the last few days because they advised him, according to him, to Peter Mendelsohn, the guy that was the UK ambassador to the US, who had a connection to Epstein. So it's pretty much bringing down his government. There was likelihood that he might have been forced to step aside, but it looks like he's doubling down on staying in power. So today he had to go to Parliament. Every Wednesday they have to do that, and he was being grilled on the stuff. So the people resigning and not him taking responsibility, this is what this is about.
You don't have to listen to it. I can shut it down if you'd rather talk about something else.
We appreciate it. Good messages. Thank you, Doc. It does seem like other countries are taking it a lot more seriously. Anything but the pedophile.
That's what's happening.
Y'all seen that Epstein thing on Netflix?
No, I haven't. What is it? See Rich? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Filthy Rich.
called something rich.
Filthy Rich? There's one about him, and there's one about Ghislaine Maxwell, both Filthy Rich, separate documentaries, but about the same. Are they good? They're worth the watch? It's hard. It's a difficult watch, but yeah, they're good.
Yeah, I mean,
Am I going to see a lot of children or anything like that? Because I'm good if that's the case.
no, you'll see more of the parents coming. They older now.
Are they talking about details?
Not so much in detail, not where it grows you out. You feel me?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was at. You know what I'm asking. I got you.
Yep.
If that's the case, then y'all definitely check it out.
I mean, everybody's saying the same thing.
They say y'all obsessed with Epstein and his island. Me, personally, I don't give a fuck about Epstein. I don't give a fuck about his island. I give a fuck about moral accountability if you were utilizing power to have sex with children. Even if you had no fucking power. As long as there were fucking children being exploited in that manner, maybe it's just the father in me. That disgusts me on levels I can't even begin to explain to you. And to have that type of person in control of what's happening inconsistent. So I have a problem with that. Epstein's not even here no more. We don't know if he's dead or whatever the fuck. I think he's dead, but whatever. You know, you can put on your foil hat and say whatever you want. But the bottom line is he's not the current problem. But our commander-in-chief ran on the premise of I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to release the files. We're going to go through these files. We're going to find those fuckers and hold them accountable. That's what the fuck he said. He gets in office and it's like, oh, no, Venezuela. Let's do anything but Epstein. Every time the Epstein files start to get a little traction, media's focused on it, I feel like he finds another distraction. I'm still not convinced that what happened with Obama's is not another distraction to get us to have a different narrative and focus on something else, no matter how bad it is. How you?
If somebody told you that releasing all this information could devastate markets and just really be an economic, chaos, basically, would you care? Would you still think better to have all this stuff exposed?
I also look at it like if I had someone I knew, I don't even need to be a family member, and they were sexually assaulted by some guy, and we know who the guy is, and there were 3 guys in the room that knew about it but did nothing. I'm going after everybody. Anybody that was in that room is going to see me. When I see them, there's no talking, bro. The discussion has been had. You were present. You're complicit. We have to do what we have to do at this point. That's it. Right? And that's what I feel like is being suggested right here. Like, there's so many people that knew about it that I don't even care who was directly complicit right now with Trump, with the implications of what they said about in July 2026. He said to the Palm Beach Police Department in regards to knowing exactly who Epstein was as far as his sexual exploitation of minors and women, and then remaining in close contact with them post, right? Post phone call, still staying in close contact with them, interacting with them, transacting with them. Lets me know at minimum, he's complicit. That's the best case scenario. At minimum, he's complicit. How many of you have best friends that you know, that you hang out with, that are fucking pedophiles? Because fuck you too if that's you. So please come off your mic and let me know if you have a best friend that's a pedo that you don't want to judge. Maybe he changed. Kids aren't sexy to him anymore. Let me know.
Gemini, do you think that they knew that Trump was a pedo before they voted him in office? There's so much evidence that he was a pedo.
I've got so many videos of people saying, I don't care how many, if there was 114 years old, 114-year-olds that were exploited by Trump. He's doing so much good now that that's what we need to focus on. That is the MAGA mentality. They don't believe in accountability. If some eggs were broken in the making of an omelet, just eat the omelet. So what if there's battered and abused kids that have a lifelong trauma if they survived it? Because who knows about the ones that didn't survive? I still believe that there were deaths associated with these events. But
for sure.
I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole because I can't prove it, and I don't like to say things I can't prove. But that's just my personal assumption, right? But there is trauma attached to these events. There are real people. Like this is not a video game. There are real people that or explicit. Fuck you.
You have to agree, whatever it takes to clean the swamp.
I agree, and the one thing I don't like is that Democrats are the ones that protect the pedals. Democrats do that shit. Fucking Democrat or Republican that was involved with this shit. All of them equal opportunity when it comes to that. These hands is rated E for everybody. You can get some. You do. Fuck you. All of them.
It's like the missing kid part of it. Like, I know this is just bad, but people are saying, like, these kids that are missing all time, like, back in the day, kids that came up missing never were found. Then the tips were called in on the Epstein trial. Like, they said they'd seen, like, for the Epstein's house, there's, like, tips were called in where they seen the kids with Maxine. Like, and they reported it back then, and then they switched it up to the line, and it's like, you gotta think about all these missing kids, like, that's, these people taking kids. The house, or whatever you want to call it, mansion, whatever it is, they actually have a trap door that goes directly to the water, which means whatever is left over of a person is fed to the sharks.
Stockings, our stance when we live. Now I'm gonna give you something that's a little bit more substantial, right? What's been documented, right? It says in government records released in early 2026, invoices and internal emails show that Epstein ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid, about 330 gallons total, that were delivered to his private island, Little St. James, in 2018. The timing of the order coincided with the federal investigation being opened into his criminal activities, which has fueled a lot of online discussion and speculation. To me, that's a lot more substantial, because my father was a chemist, so I understand what sulfuric acid can do. You can pour a body down the drain. How do you?
If anybody wants to do that, you know what can happen with sulfuric acid. Yeah, but that's a very important point. I think we called this out the other day too in the chat. Gemini made and respectfully butter something personal. But if we start coming up with these conspiracy theories, whether it's feeding to the sharks, drinking kids' blood, then it just waters down like the actual documented crimes, right? And it just
That's not close. That's not fair because what Butter said was actually reported on CNN. So
feeding bodies to sharks.
It was a trap door that went directly to the sea.
I was speaking to the sharks in the body.
Yeah, I was just talking about the sharks.
She just added the shark part, but if you feed a body to the sea, then what else would you get out of that? But sharks, you see what I'm saying? So she documented soldiers. Yeah, so it was reported on the news.
The bodies were actually going through this trap door. Like dead bodies.
They actually showed the trap door on the news, guys.
They showed the trap door. Did they confirm the bodies went through it?
No, right. Trap door.
I don't know about bodies going through, but
See, that's what I'm trying to get. That's what we're trying to get with the bodies. Right.
okay.
But when you start talking about sulfuric acid at the exact, when you start talking about 330 gallons of sulfuric acid being ordered by Epstein to his private island at the exact time that the federal investigation starts, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I'm gonna give y'all that. I use discernment though and deductive reasoning to draw conclusions about everything I've seen, and I have listened to not only Sasha Riley's account, but I also went back to what's his name, the talk show host Geraldo Rivera actually had some of these kids on his show account appreciate that you all want to have some conservative about it.
I've seen a report that the trapdoor was more likely a century to hold water, because salt water is very corrosive, so it would eat away at things over time. So I think that sometimes when we see pictures, although it appears to be one particular way, I mean, anybody who is familiar with living in those areas, they know that nobody would have a trapdoor leading directly to the ocean, because eventually it would just completely rust up.
What I've noticed as I grift through these MAGA groups, because I enjoy doing that just to see what the current rhetoric is and how they try to refute the inevitable. But they have a theme of using, and that's why I do believe Ben has said this before, so I'm not taking credit for this. Just align with that. They're probably putting things into the Epstein files that are meant to just the overall credibility of the Epstein files, because they're so extreme and just weird. That's going to make a lot of the other things tainted by association, right? So I do believe that they will say certain things, and then when we grasp onto that, their children are getting their feet cut off, and then, I don't know, I don't remember some of the weird shit, because I tend not to focus on it, and I try not to retain it. So when we speculate, they say they believe this, they believe that. Can't believe these crazy leftists said this and said that they used that to discredit the authentic portions, or the substantiated portions, or the actual email trails, the black and white evidence, the tangible evidence that we have. They use it for that purpose, which is why I try to stay away from speculating and stick to the facts, because they're so fucking bad already. We don't need to put no sauce on it. It's already fucking war. Believe me. Like, what's actually being exposed is egregious. Like, it's crazy. So when we speculate and go even further than that with the sharks and whatever else, I feel like it weakens something that's already so strong that we don't need to give them any fucking out. Like, my foot needs to stay on their neck. You know, shout out George Floyd. Like,
Gemini, did you see the link that Tiffany just posted in the chat?
no, I didn't.
A week ago, if somebody said Epstein and Rothschild in the same sentence, I would think they're a conspiracy theorist, but apparently it's all true. Epstein was manipulating. The Financial Times posted a story just a few days ago how Epstein was entangled in the machinations of control of a private Rothschild's bank in Europe.
Yeah, that is insane. Could you repeat that last portion, please?
There is a private bank. There is majority control of it's a Swiss private bank among the Rothschild, and Ariane de Rothschild turned to Jeffrey Epstein to help take over the control of the bank against her siblings, if I remember correctly. So let me try to post it.
Yeah, that is insane. Is there any breaking news or current events we have a discussion? Anybody got any breaking news? This isn't breaking. This is really breaking news.
For the heavy Trump files. So apparently the tradition of the president inviting the country's governors, both Republican and Democrat, because he's the president, as we forget, representing the entire country. They're going to the White House. Only Republican governors were invited to the meeting. And any Democrats that were
campaign slogan. Don't attack, redact, or say for a rat. Brandy says she came with the dramatics, so I'm gonna have to yield. It's been a good one. Oh, I can start my show now? Yeah. Y'all ready for the concrete album? I owe you one, nigga.
So concrete.
Concrete. Yeah, real quick, concrete, before you go. Gemini earlier, I may have misheard that it was golden. It was something that's up. I don't know if you were calling concrete contrarian or clowntrarian. Because clowntrarian is kind of cool if you did it. Go ahead, concrete.
That's just a defense mechanism. Y'all, listen. Over at Chillism, we have what is called Feedback Fridays, and this other thing called Soft and Sensitive Saturdays, right? And y'all basically are soft and sensitive every day, right? But I understand it. I get it.
So concrete, how did your complaint on me work out for you?
Listen, you're on notice, and that's all that needs to happen. On notice, like first drink, and you still have 2 more to go, or this is the 2-week, or the 3-day. That's a good question, brother. We gonna work that one out and get back.
You don't want back on you, concrete.
Listen, I see how the power gets to your head. The Negro is susceptible to intoxication via green bean power. And I see it, and I understand it, and I forgive y'all. Thank you, have a nice. Do you truly believe that, or could it be possibly true that you come into spaces and read the room in the weirdest fashion, and you wait to see who's actually on the losing end argument, and within that argument, you will find a way to try to substantiate your position, no matter how wrong they are. And here's the funniest part: when the tides actually turn, and that person is starting to dominate the conversation, possibly partially due to your assistance, you will go to the other side and then start to assist them because you feel the need to be a clowntrarian. Listen, brother, what you understand to be clowntrarianism is just good, clean, critical thinking and objective reasoning. And I'm sorry that the objective, unbiased reasoning bothers you so much. But I'm here. But the thing is, you're not picking a side. I'm here to help. When you're on both sides of the argument, imagine if there was a court case where you argue for the plaintiff and the defendant doing the same fucking case. How could you take that person seriously? And how could that person have any moral compass? Because they're going from side to side, which means they literally have no substance to their beliefs. Right? So this has nothing to do with a green bean. We're just highlighting your hypocrisy in the way that you integrate yourself into the space, sir. That's it.
I noticed. Clubhouse has better actors than 2B and DT combined.
Another thing that well, 2B is easy to beat, though. So 2B is a very low bar if we're starting there, you know.
Sometimes I call Clubhouse Radio too. But I need motherfuckers need to go ahead and start acting because the performances on this month, especially since I've been back, it's like 2026 is the year of the performances or something.
Oh, say feedback
like
Friday?
Everybody is just extra on this motherfucker. I don't know.
But see, I can accept that, Brooklyn, and I'm gonna tell you.
It's just like, what in the actual fuck? Is there like a new energy
Hello?
going on where it's just making
I'm on my pre-workout today. I'm on my pre-workout today, and I'm about to go work out again. I'm at 2 this morning. That's like my coffee, the way like Ben has his coffee, I have my pre-workout. That's just how it goes. But also, when we're quiet and subdued, we get harassed in the chat, talking about where's the show. They start throwing tomatoes at the stage. They give all kinds of grief. Right, where's the content? The content's not content. So that happens. So we're trying to do our minstrel thing up here.
Okay, well, I just wanted to give y'all, shout out, you know what I'm saying? The Oscars almost awards, well, it is award season. The Oscars is next. Hopefully, Sinners win one. And I think that some of you guys need an award, you know what I'm saying? Just, y'all do good jobs at this acting thing that y'all do.
Now, the one thing I will say, even if I'm being dramatic in my presentation, I actually believe the essence of what I'm saying. Like, that's my true belief. So I won't say something just for the sake of saying it on Clubhouse. That is how I believe and think and move in my real life.
Is that giving me anxiety in the chat? Is that her? Because even your comments is giving me anxiety.
Do you have anything else to contribute besides feedback?
I just want to fuck
On a
with people.
non-feedback Friday day?
I just want to fuck with people.
We know the Negress is very prone to antagonizing, unwarranted, unprovoked antagonizing. We know about the Negress.
Is that why you took a break from Clubhouse? Just take a break from all the world's stage? Yeah.
I was in the corner, like, somewhere real nervous.
That sounds like a sign of bad karma, bad energy. That sounds like a lot of bad energy came back to your doorstep. All the stuff that you done did. All the bad things you did to white people. All the bad things you did to innocent blacks such as myself. All the bad things you've probably done to fucking random puppies.
I was giving him fire emojis, like.
Hey, she loves dogs. I'll give her that. She's not gonna do nothing to no puppies. Everything else you might
Whoever that is a fucking hater, number one, because I am far from any of that. And yes, I do love dogs. I definitely love them more than I love you, Nick.
There you go, right there. Thank you. Well, I feel the same way. What's there? I don't like the dogs. I like them too. Gemini, get out the way, bro. You're doing too much, Gemini. I had her on the ropes, brother. Now you over here giving her support. I want to see what it was like to channel concrete for a brief second. And you see how I feel? You see how it is? Well, you weren't being contrarian. You were being supportive. And I get it.
You never had her on the ropes.
Listen, her being on the ropes means she had a moment to reflect. I got crowd support through a fire emoji. And she admitted that she likes animals more than real niggas, such as myself.
Yeah, but look how you act like, don't you just leave her alone? Just
oh my God, now she the victim. She was over here saying, I'm looking for
peace.
She literally said she was looking for people to fuck with. She literally said she was looking for people to fuck with.
From the anxiety and all that.
No, you never
be a nuisance and irritator.
Well, you're right. Let me get out of the way and let her just antagonize people unfair.
I didn't antagonize.
Just say unrestricted. Thank you, brother.
I'm just saying.
The Girl Squad is diabolical. That's all I know. I will support anything.
What?
Let's go ahead and get that gender war going. Let's get that gender war going. Thank you.
You just a hater because none of them would have supported your man this film like you had.
That's a lie. Have you ever heard of Kevin Samuels? Peace be upon him.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
And his work still lives on. Thank you very much. Into infinity, his work lives on.
No, it don't.
Just like this lie, that nigga work is fucking maggot food. Move on.
Yes, we had plenty of great leaders that came and went, and we all gonna come and go. But his work will live on. Thank you. Have a nice day.
He represents a contradiction in thinking and action. So that's what you want to live on.
You know they not that. Wait, talk about. You know they've been playing this Red Bull commercial, and it's the sugar-free Red Bull. Every time they play it, I start laughing.
This what you want to support, Mimi? This type of diabolical behavior?
And we just held on for a little while longer.
Here you are slandering the world.
Everybody know I love dogs and cars.
Listen, y'all want to support a woman that needs to go to church that's celebrating the passing of a great
And my religion, we celebrate that. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is your religion, by the way? Go ahead. Share it with us. What voodoo demonic
You can tell until you turn alone.
No, I'm not. Listen, you want. No, what do you mean told to leave? Are you out of your mind? Told to leave her alone? Are you out of your mind? Anyway, voodoo demonic. Hold on, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking a question. What? You're speaking for her. Brooklyn, get these ladies off my back, please, and thank you. Brooklyn, what voodoo? Oh, my God.
I will say this. I know Brooklyn. She's been gone for a minute, but she's back. Brooklyn is more than capable of handling her beef.
And there's no beef, by the way.
She can't have you're beefing with her.
No, I'm a big fan.
I'm very confident that she is competent and capable enough to deal with the conflict.
Yeah, thank you. I get these ladies off my back, trying to insinuate all kind of nefarious activities. Because Brooklyn, I asked Brooklyn a question. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
You know who I miss, and I wish she was here so you can dig into it. Articulate. Y'all two.
Oh, no, not that nigga.
Yeah, the two lames. I
Brooklyn, why you don't want to talk about your belief system?
What?
Why don't you want to talk about your belief system?
I believe in God. I don't know what you
Which God?
There's only one.
Baphomet? Baal?
I don't know what her name is, but it's only one of them.
Was a woman. Interesting.
Anyway, I don't know why you keep asking me. Why you keep doing this to me, trying to buy me a coat. I don't do coats. Anyway, what's going on, people? That was quiet.
Yeah, they were talking about money and all, all kinds of shit.
We were trying to discuss politics and have fun with it, but you said we were being overly dramatic. And you emphasized that some of us should get awards for our performances. So we're yielding to you, ma'am.
I didn't put anything on it. I was just giving the shout out to the good active skills of the club people. That's all. And it's something that I've noticed in the past couple of days. I wasn't even talking about you in particular, Gemini, but clearly you know that
I'm having fun this morning. Believe me, I got no smoke at all. Yeah, it's 11:30 a.m.
The school shooting in Canada, like one of the biggest.
In Canada?
Yes.
That's unusual. Like, really?
Yeah.
Do you have any details? Okay, what am I going to do, sir? What am I going to do?
Cool, yo, Harris, like, it's a job, but I don't hear all this extra shit.
It's serious. Like, they don't have many. Give me 1 second.
Where that happened?
Canada. She said Canada.
Wow. Hey, them Canadians is winning. They got Canadians on Clubhouse that will get you. Them Canadians is crazy. Yeah, they are. It looks Upper Ridge Secondary School is where it happened. And another 25 people were injured. Apparently, the students and teachers hid for hours inside the school during the attack.
Somebody but can't connect.
You think cancel that shit?
Something. The superintendent claims for an award.
You think cancel that shit?
Something. The superintendent claims for an award. Canadian Mountain Police said in a news briefing that the person was believed to be a female in a dress with brown hair. They have since not.
A female in a dress? Sounds like a guy in a dress.
Police have also yet not identified the names of those who were killed, citing privacy and the need.
Rose Park! Dr. Dennis in the house. Dr. D, as I like to call.
The previous one was in 2020.
Hello?
And before that, it was in 19.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
They haven't released any names yet.
Hello? Hello?
That don't sound right.
Hello?
This is, it was in British Columbia. So this is on the west coast of Canada. Or near the west coast of Canada.
Easy, big man. Keep coming.
Yeah.
That's it. Straight ahead.